What up, though? It's the word. You see the title. Let's talk about it. But before we get into it, do me a favor, hit that like. And if you're new, hit that subscribe. It's free to you, but it mean a lot to me. Cat Daddy, what's up? Kalani Nets, what's up? Appreciate y'all. Yeah, let me pin the link. Yeah, this is decompression, letting go I put the back, letting go of the bad to make room for the good. I just say that. But the last couple of days it's been kind of crazy. So um, this is what I'm doing in real time. Uh, this bad juju around, and got to get rid of it. Got to let it go. See it for what it is. You know, um, anything that happens happens. It's over. It's done. Only thing you can do is learn from it. Once you learn from it, there's no point in having it. I was about to take a couple of days off just to be away from it. Um, my wife looked at me like, "You serious?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm gonna take a couple." Like I go home every day, man. Like I'm gonna take a couple days off. She said, "Well, you getting momentum. Why don't you just push through it like you always do?" And I thought about it, and I'm like, small thing to a giant. Um, and this is the way I can let it go, decompress by talking about it. So uh, I think it's important because I mean, sometimes we just don't learn from things, but even when we learn from it, we still think about it. And the topic yesterday, this is like a continuation almost, right? Um, Forgiving, but not forgetting. Uh, Now it's time to let it go, So I think that's important. The people understand that whatever happens, happens. Either you fixed it or uh, you just need to let it go. Learn from it, gain from it what you can, and after that, uh, move forward. You know, and once you move forward, don't look back. There's no purpose. You already learned. So I think that's important because, like I said, even but like this is the decompression. This is the relief right here to talk. The last 3 days on here has been. It's not what I do. You know. Um, I just want to come out here, share information, build, have fun with people, and go off. Like Juju on that beat, Juju on that beat. Like in real life, the most drama I usually have is either what I'm gonna read or what I'm gonna watch. I just I don't deal with drama in real time. Any problem is either solved or you walk away from it. Simple. Oh, appreciate you, Cat Daddy. I know when she go to sleep, I know if you can, if you can't, I just appreciate you being here, brother. Um, Cat Daddy is another one of them elders that he won't call himself an elder, but the wisdom and the information and his delivery is remarkable, and uh, I value his presence. I appreciate you even just being here, Cat Daddy. Um, but yeah, that's one of the you hear the baby girl in the background. She on that shark attack, that feeding frenzy. My wife, her poor nipples. But yeah, the important part is to let things go, and move forward from it. Because, she mad now. Okay, yeah. So yeah, I hear my wife getting all up right now. But Kalani, what up, brother? But the letting it go part, like I said, there's no point to keep looking back. Either it's something that you learned from or something you had to let go. But the more you looking back, uh, the more it's gonna be in your front, and it's gonna block your actual direction. It's go. If you keep looking back, it's gonna block your actual direction where you're going. It's gonna be coming your front, and that's a lesson I had to learn. Just dating. I think that's probably one that everybody can relate to. But you had I had a bad breakup, and this is where I got the concept of not not needing closure because I just felt like I did everything right, and uh, I wanted to know what did I do wrong? Like you cheated on me for what? Like what was the purpose? What did I do wrong? I'm trying to figure it out. I analyzed everything. So I'm thinking I didn't do nothing wrong. So what did I do wrong? Um, and ultimately, it was nothing. It was nothing I did. It was just it was just her, and you can't understand that. So that's one of them things I had to just let go and move forward. And stop looking back. It wasn't me. A lot of times when things happen, we look back at it and try to figure we were so wronged. You know, what happened to us, it wasn't justified. It wasn't right. Why me? This doesn't happen to everybody. Why did it have to be me? And sometimes it's just not you. It's the person. You uh, was just in the vicinity when they decided to do whatever they wanted. I mean, on different levels. Like I said, it was just her. When I was dating, it was her. That's who she was. Monogamous. Like she just wanted to have fun. You know, um, there wasn't nothing I can do about that. It's gonna be times you encounter people who do. Uncle L, what up, brother? There's gonna be times when you encounter people in life and they go wrong you, and sometimes they close like family members, right? And you try to figure it out, like what was it? Why me? And it's just chance. And what I mean by that, it was just you, that person. Sometimes um, people just fucked up, and you can't understand them. And the more we try to look back and figure it out, finding closure, it's blocking your blessings that's right in front of you. So that's why it's important to just let it go, you know. And that's everything is a process. We talked about cycles. Everything has a cycle. Uh, Letting go, forgiveness, seasons, relationships. Everything has a cycle. And this is one of them. The process of letting go, the process of healing. Um, and just in my case, the process of stress relief. Uh, this is something like usually like I'm an empath. I mean, I don't know if y'all believe in all that, but you ever know somebody who just take on everybody's emotions? That's me, and it's bad because I take on the wrong emotion. I mean, it's amplified. Everything you take on is amplified. So, um, relax and meditate and decompress. Um, I have to do that every day, but having that habit is good because um, it keeps me chill. It's nothing really building up, but sometimes it's just you take the energy on too much, too fast, for too long. You know, and just doing these videos. Hey, mama, oh man, of color and knowing their numbers. Yeah, hit me up. I knew you said you was gonna wait. I told you you said you weren't waking up to 2 or 3. I told you I'd be on by the time you wake up. Yeah, just you all we could probably do it tomorrow. If you want to do it tomorrow, we could do it tomorrow, mama. Yeah. You hear your baby in the back. But yeah, like even like meditation, that's I'm a mama's boy. I'm gonna stop right in my tracks and talk to my mom. Over here, man. Who? Your child. They got your daughter-in-law hemmed up. Dee Dee woke up and he see me in here doing the show, so he cuddled up next to Shar. But yeah, we can definitely do that. Just I probably you will be woke when I get off here. I'll call you when I get off, and we'll set that up. But yeah, I meditate. Hey, says my mom in the chat. Hey, ma, remember that time I went into that deep meditation, and I went and found grandma's apron. What did I pull out of the apron? But yeah, yeah, you meditate. And but even though you do that every day, what happens is, like I said, you take too much energy for a prolonged time. You need a break, and that's what I was about to do. And my wife, like, nah, Lovey, what up, though? So I was gonna take some time off, but the wife, like, nah. That's what's so special about my wife. Um, I found someone like my mom. My mom always pushed me. My mom, it was times I wanted to quit playing sports. My mom wouldn't let me. She ain't let me quit nothing. Push through it. And now even my wife, that's how my wife is. She backed me whatever I wanted to try. That's how my mom did. And when I started, they make sure both of them, that there's no room for quitting. So I appreciate it. That's why I say like strong women, because strong women, um, it takes a strong woman to hold a man up. You know, uh, it can't be no weak woman. If I fall back, who will catch me? That's why men stop being intimidated by these strong women. Be more appreciative. Because, like I said, it takes something strong to hold something strong up. You know. Um, but yeah, it's always important. Hey, feel free to anybody to hit the link too. I don't know if it's still there. I'm independent. Um, but like, yeah, this is just a chill live. I'm just talking about the importance of decompressing, relaxing, relieving, and that, like I said, it should be done every day because it's just the daily stresses that we encounter. Um, it can be family, it can be work, it can be friends, it can even be you can get stressed from watching a news show. You know, um, it's stressful. So you have to protect your peace. And like I said, you can think more clearly. You won't get triggered as much. Even if you have triggers, the more relaxed you are, the better mood you are, um, the less you get triggered. Is though everything is about. Everything starts. I'm not gonna say it's about, but everything starts with self. Um, and we're not taught that. We're not taught at a young age. Um, Self maintenance, emotional maintenance, I like to call it. We're not even really taught, there's not many talks about emotions. Um, and like I said, with the way we think, the way we even uh, download information, the way we take in things is attached to emotions. All those thoughts, anytime you think something, you feel something. And we're not taught that. So we're not taught emotional maintenance. And I think that's important, especially in the black community, because of a lot of the hardships. We don't talk. We don't talk about mental health. All this is taboo, but it's things that affect us. And I don't understand why. Why this stuff? Every other race do it. Every other race do it. Um, but we don't. Like I said, it's no depression. There's no shame in being depressed. Uh, the only way you go fix it if you become aware of it. If you talk about it. If you ask for help. That's the only way you go fix a problem. But when it comes uh, to the black community, we don't even recognize it, let alone talk about it. You know, and it's uh, so many different variables that affect the black people that a lot of us ain't even aware of. Like in like I talked about Dr. Frances Cress Wheatley, right? She wrote the ISIS papers, and in those papers she talked about post-traumatic slave disorder, meaning the traumas of our ancestors are passed down to us. We was talking about hereditary things yesterday. I mean, when we saying that we break the cycles that are, uh, that we break the cycles from, the mistakes of our parents. We was talking about being predisposed to certain things like addiction, being hereditary. So imagine, and it's proven, you know, that's hereditary. So it can be passed down. So why aren't we, Nate? What up? So knowing this, we should be talking to the youth so they have an understanding before they fall into the same traps. But like I said, the post-traumatic slave disorder, a lot of the traumas that our ancestors took, we still taking them. We still do a lot of the things they used to do. Like and mama don't get mad, but like we even to this day, we eat chitlins. If you look at the origin of um, our people eating chitlins, that was because it was scraps, and that's all they can get. But now it's a delicacy. I mean, it's like filet mignon now. Like, now how weird is that? This was some of the only things our ancestors could eat was scraps from a pig, and now we paying top dollar for them. We go crazy for them. That ain't messed up. I mean, some of the same traumas that was imposed on them by an oppressor, we happily accept. Even words, we found a way to empower the N word. Like, that's not traumatic. That's not like really, like not like really think about it. Like all emotions out the window, right? We just go use 100% logic. A word that was used to degrade us, we now use to greet one another. You telling me that's not some mental psychosis? That's almost like even the condition and the way we interact with one another versus other races is similar traits of Stockholm syndrome. If you think of the whole concept of even us naming or claiming the name African American or Black, allowing people who oppressed you to identify you, allowing people who oppressed you to educate you, to feed you, to take care of you when you're sick, that's not a mental psychosis. I mean, all emotions to the side. I mean, if I'm wrong, I'm just saying if I'm wrong, I can be corrected. You know, it might be something milder, but what I'm saying is we suffer, we accept. Um, that's nobody's fault but ours. We, uh, us. individually, you know, individually, we can't do nothing. We can't do nothing. And that's just a fact. So I can't blame people for not going with the flow. You know, I do it. So I can't blame people. But I'm also aware if we actually came together, there'd be no choice. Um, and honestly, black people are some of the most caring, forgiving people. So it ain't like we try to put anybody into slavery. We just want to be normal. Just, let's just live, you know, without all this crazy stuff. I truly believe that'll be what it is. We'll just stop, hopefully, killing each other. But that's too much. We can't even come together on the app, man. Agree to disagree on the app. Like we're not even in the vicinity to actually physically hurt one another. But still we find ways to hurt one another. We dox people. We talk about people, insult people. Like respecting someone is simple. You know what I'm saying? It's not hard. It's hard when you're getting disrespected to respect someone. But initially, it's not hard. And before you feel someone disrespect you, like this is, this. I'm sorry. Um, I'm sorry. This is some of this stuff. Um, like before, like um, when I feel somebody coming at me, I just simply ask, like, is it a problem? You know, I just, hey, if it is, let's talk about it. I don't see why that's so hard. Um, like I said, I can understand if you've been straight disrespected, but I just see like I understand time is precious, right? Um, that's one thing we can't get back. We can't buy it, and I think because of the things I've been through in life, I value it on a different level than most people, uh, especially going through that and just now having kids. And I want to see my kids have kids. You know, um, so I know time is precious. So why use it if it don't benefit me or anything or anybody? I just don't see the purpose. And the more I enjoy it with my family, the less I want to give it to other people. I enjoy giving it to y'all because we come in here, build, we chill, we have fun. That's positive. But me coming on here with all that drama, it's like, why? I just don't see why. I don't even watch drama on TV no more. It's like I'm straight, man. I want something that's fruitful, something that's impactful, something that can make me laugh. Cool, but ultimately, and like I said, it's just probably my personality. I'm an information whore. I like to learn. I like to know how things work. I like to see how things operate. It it just I don't know. That's just me, I guess. I'm just weird. Miss April, how are you? Did I pin Juju? I didn't pin the link, did I? I wonder where's Perp at. I ain't seen Perp. I apologize if I didn't see y'all in the chat. But yeah, I want to use time to for prosperity. I'm a shameless plug, Kalani Management. If y'all just get y'all financial, I mean, I can't even do it. If y'all just focus on the generational wealth, you'd be all right. You wouldn't have to worry about none of these things. You wouldn't be stressed. You'd be relaxed. What is you talking about? Hold on. Okay. Hold on. I'm trying to get the. All right, there you go. All right, my bad. So, Quinn, what up? Appreciate you. But yeah, I always found a way to decompress, even like working out. People relieve stress. It's just important. It's always important to relieve tension, stress, situations, let things go. Um, and the most important reason to do that is to allow the good things in. Like I said, if you keep worrying about or thinking about things that happened in the past that wasn't favorable to you, you ain't gonna see the good things right in front of you, the good people. Um, Mama, what is you talking about? Mama, hold on 1 second. My bad. My bad. I had to call my mama. My bad. Appreciate y'all. I had to call the OG. Yeah, Diva RN is my mama in the chat. That's my OG. But what you say, Cat Daddy? Hey, Cat Daddy. Oh my God. It's it's funny you said that because I was trying to use it as my thumbnail, but the Lord's Prayer and the Serenity Prayer, both of those prayers resonate with the chakra system. Did you know that? Um, I got a chart on how each verse. What up, Rose? I'm talking about letting it go, bro. Letting it go. But the Serenity Prayer and the Lord's Prayer, both of those prayers resonate with the chakra system. But in Aramaic, like it's supposed to be said in Aramaic or Latin, and it resonates with the chakra system. But that's why I say even the religions that we know is that's who the Gnostics was, right? They taught religion as a spiritual system versus a literal system. And you get more benefits because if you think about it, religion is supposed to feed the soul, the spirit. So yeah, it's kind of cool that you put that. Yellow, what up, brother? Hey, I was looking for you when you ended that live. I thought you was gonna start another one, but it didn't pop up. I got my noties on. Uh, but Yellow, what up, though, bro? Appreciate you coming through. But yeah, you gotta definitely, um, definitely find different ways to release that stress. And it's different ways. Like I said, working out, I meditate, and martial arts was a great way for me to decompress. I like that word, by the way. That's why I use it. I just feel like Frankie in the building. You know the power of words, Frankie. Um, so yeah, that's nets. That's why I like that word decompression. This the meaning is more defined than just saying let go. It got more meanings. To relax, to relieve. This is why words are important and the words we use to choose. Um, that's why I'm careful with them. And just like when we was having a conversation, when I was saying demand versus command, the definition of the word gives you a different mindset. So when you think of decompress, think about um, anything that's holding you down, anything that's dragging you down. Um, think about those things and use the relax, relax. Let it go. Because, like I said, once you do that, you open yourself up um, to the blessings that's in front of you. But you can't see them if you hold on. You know, if it's in a relationship. If you know you're in a bad relationship, the longer you hold on, the longer it's gonna take you to get in the right relationship. You see what I'm saying? And even the things that happened in a previous relationship, the longer you hold on to those, the longer it's gonna take you to appreciate the good things that's happening in a new relationship. When you bring that baggage, you ain't gonna be able to actually embrace all the new things that's going on. You ain't gonna be able to enjoy it. You're gonna be looking at what happened in the past relationship, waiting for it to happen in this one. And that's even on the friendship level, you know, like even us all in here, right? We chilling, kicking it. Um, and if you just got a preconceived notion that somebody gonna stab you in the back, any little move, you gonna be like, oh, yep, there you go. You know, um, me personally, I trust myself. I trust myself to make the right decisions, to put myself around the right people, and I'm humble enough to understand when somebody ain't for me. That's the thing. Um, Sometimes we mess things up. As far as jumping the gun, um, overreacting. We'd mess something good up doing that. But then sometimes we try to force things. We hold on to things too long. You got to find a balance. Again, I go back to that old saying, um, I don't get too high, I don't get too low. But to even build on top of that, uh, never be afraid to let go and never be afraid to hold on. It's just having the intelligence to know when to do which one. Being able to trust yourself. James, what's up, bro? And James, I'm gonna tell you now, Diva RN is my mama. If you flirt with my mama, if you take your shirt off when you're talking to my mama, I'm gonna tell my dad to come in here, okay? Now I'm just messing with you, James. James, my boy. But knowing when to let go and knowing when to hold on, even that concept. Like I said, sometimes we hold on too long. Sometimes we don't hold on enough. I was in Proud Mixed Child's chat earlier, and he was talking, and he said he was quoting J. Cole, and he said he was telling a young lady, like, you failed at something 10 times, but what if I told you the 11th time, the time you wanted to give up? What if I told you that would be the time that you would succeed? Cat Daddy is in the building.
What's good, word? How's everybody doing? Salute to the chat.
Salute to you, Cat Daddy. Appreciate you stepping up, bro.
I couldn't have you up here by yourself. I had to ride shotgun with you for a minute.
I appreciate that, bro. Uh, but yeah, this that serenity prayer, I got it on a chart, and it resonates with the chakra system. And I think that's dope. That you use that to decompress, um, because that's kind of what it was made for. It was made to um, open up or energize the chakras, and to do so, it's things you have to overcome, like fear, envy, jealousy, all them lower vibrations, and you have to embrace the higher ones to open up the chakras. So that's kind of dope.
It works. It works for me. I'm I'm not as deep with it as you are. As like the chakras and all of that. For me, it's a little more simple. It's simpler in the in the effect that you know it's all about the dichotomy of control. You know what I mean? What can we control in this situation or about what's happened? And if you can't control it, let it go. And the pieces that you can take action on, you take action. And that may involve some further troubleshooting and problem solving. But that is what gets me started. That's my flow chart.
Now let me ask you this, because that's something that I do too. So, like, when you have a problem, when you begin to fix it, that changed the mood, right? Because it's like you doing something about it. You're working
Right.
towards fixing it. So, even that's a way of letting go of that um, initial emotion of um, any lower emotion, if it's fear, anger, um, disappointment. Once you start going the other direction to fixing it or walking away from it, it changes that.
Once like if you just have to walk away because you can't control it, and the only thing you can control is your feelings or your emotions about a particular thing. Once you adjust your emotions, and just, oh, well, there ain't nothing I can do about this. That is relieving in itself.
Yes.
You're
Yeah.
exactly right.
Liz B, what up? But yeah, man, and that's what I say is like fixing the situation, um, just being proactive, you know, being aware, because a lot of times people waddle, you know. I was never allowed to do that. Woe was me. My mom, my mama, my grandma, nah, I never could. Like I said, it's times, um, it's times I wanted to quit. Like, man, I'm tired. I don't want to do it. My mama like, I done paid for this. You about to get up and go? Like, nah, you ain't. Hmm. So I'm blessed, because a lot of the things was instilled in me. So when I got older, it was a lot easier to go through the processes, especially learning things. It was just I had the discipline and the structure already. So once I knew what had to be done, I just tackled it. If it was reading, research, and whatever it was, I just was able to tackle it. So I'm blessed that my mom instilled that in me. Shout out to my mama.
I know something that I ask my kids all the time is whenever they have a certain feeling about something or whatever, I said, are you feeling the way you feel now? Is that better than the opposite?
Uh,
You know, so if it's better than the opposite, then go ahead and be all woe is me and be sad and accept that. But if you don't want to be sad, do something about it. If you don't know what to do, let's sit down and we'll talk about it.
now, let me ask you this. This gonna be off subject. But that's how all my shows are. We all go off subject, come back to the point anyway. But what you just said, to me, that's awareness. Just being aware of how you feel, and I mean that's a great tool too. Being aware of how you feel and recognizing the opposite, and then deciding where you want to be. You want to be on this side, or you want to be on that side. And I think that invokes action. But it's some people I think that just um, people and it probably happens subconsciously, but I see people consciously put themselves in a victim role.
Right.
Now with those people, like I stay away from them.
Yeah, I tend
Because
not
it's
to.
too much
I try
energy.
to avoid them like the plague myself.
Oh man! Like once I identify that in a person, like they like to play victim, I'm out. I don't care what level or I can't do it because no matter what happens, they gonna find a way to victimize themselves. I just thought it was me. I thought I was crazy, but you just confirmed it, so I appreciate it. I'm just saying, man. Like if you like just being aware of what's going on around you in real time, I think that's uh, I think that's something that should be taught at a young age. Being aware of your emotions, and like you just said, like you teaching your kids. I think I think that's a tool that we all can use. I don't. I mean, now my son only 3, so he's not comprehending concepts as far as like how do you feel emotionally yet. But within the next year or two, I think he will be able to understand that. But like when you was talking about your compliancy list, I think that should be incorporated into it too. Teaching kids um, teaching kids about their emotions
Right.
and
And,
giving.
I think right now I just want my children to understand that they can do something about emotions. That emotions, how we respond to emotions, are a choice.
Can you imagine if that was normal? You know, um, that we teach our kids that how different it'll look now. Like because I think a lot of the problems that we have, um, not just in the black community, just in general, adults. A lot of adults, they not aware of their emotions and not being aware of them. Then a lot of times they can't control them, and that's acceptable. Like we don't, we need to start creating standards, man. Um, but how can you? But we can't even talk to one another, to hold one another accountable. You know, like
You see
like
me,
if,
Matt? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
oh no, I'm just saying, like with me, I'm pretty sure if I did something, any one of y'all can come to me like, "Hey, man, that wasn't cool," and I'd be like, "Oh, that's me though." But I'm saying, generally, we can't do that with one another.
Right, right. I think accountability, especially like you hear that word a lot on YouTube, uh, but it's two things you need in order to hold somebody accountable. You have to have some kind of influence or authority over that person.
Mm.
Otherwise, it's who the hell are you for most people.
Val, what up? Thug Life, what up? So you saying in real time, like right now, that's how it is. I can't argue with that because, like, you can watch, like I watch certain, like somebody with status say something, um, they can get away with it, but somebody on the same level to say something, there's a problem. Um, so I understand what you're saying. I'm trying to say that as bland as possible and not use no real time examples. But I guess you can say like cops. When a cop says something, that authority, um, like you said, a cop holds us accountable. So I guess I can use that example. But
And see, I come from a world where everyone had a certain level of authority, and it was called general military authority, meaning that the lowest private could correct the highest ranking general if that general is wrong, as long as he does it with tact and respect.
and see, I think like me, I don't know. I just feel like in general, right? I don't know everything. So if I do something wrong, I expect people to say something. But like you said, respect. As
Right.
long as somebody approach me with respect, and I'm all for it. If you get disrespectful, I ain't gonna lie. Like I take more from a woman than I would from a man because I don't really feel threatened by women. You know what I'm saying? So I don't. If a woman comes sideways, I probably laugh like, "All right, man, you got it. I ain't about to argue. It ain't
Right.
going nowhere." That's how I am, though.
Right. A
And
lot of
but if it's a dude, then I'm gonna be like, hold on, bro. So I understand what you're saying.
right. A lot of people like to say, it's just constructive criticism. No, it's just criticism because you haven't explained or showed how to construct anything.
And see my mom told me that. She said you can't take something from somebody without replacing it.
Right.
Um, so like anytime, and that's a lot of times. That's why I don't share my opinion.
Me
it's,
neither.
it's, it's many reasons why, but that's one of the main ones. Is like because my opinion is mine and it's unique to me. That's like a fart, right? Somebody fart, I don't want to smell it, but if I fart, it'd be funny. So it's unique to me. So that's I don't share my opinion, but when I do. Um, it's more of a constructive. It's like, okay, I see something, try this, and it's not from a level of judging. It's not from a level of criticizing, really, but it is, I guess. By definition, it'll be criticizing, but it's the intention behind it is not malice. There's no malice behind the intention of me telling someone you did something wrong. Try this. You know what I'm saying? Like I never approach, and that's just because I practiced 42. I did Zamad. Uh, I really, practiced that, but it's no malice behind it.
Hey, I got a question for some folks in the chat if they want to play along.
Here we go. Question from Cat Daddy. Y'all ready?
Hey, if anybody, and this could be like I'm asking for a friend, is there a unique or a specific like situation that someone may be going through and you want to give them some advice on how to move on? Is there something somebody in your life is dealing with that they're struggling to get past? And maybe y'all haven't figured out the way or the words to help them move along, and we can, as a chat, collectively build on that. What you think, Word?
I think we can. I think we I think I think we should I think we should um but some I mean it's variables involved. Um
And like saying this isn't to give anybody the answer, but like I say, I don't know everything, but all of us together, we know an awful damn lot,
mhm.
and I'm sure as like I say, as a collective, as a group chat, we can help the light bulb come on for somebody so they can help somebody that they love or someone they care about.
And I
And
think that I know we can. I know it is last 3 days wore on me, but I know we can. I know we can. That's what it is. I know we can. I mean, um, like you said, it's so many bright people, and that's why I always drop the link, and that's why I built this channel, ultimately, so we can come together and share ideas, and not only help us real time right here, but help our families, help our community. I think everything starts in the house, and once you fix that, it spills out. People like seeing people do good, and when one person sees somebody doing something, monkey see, monkey do.
right.
Somebody sees somebody enjoying life, they want to enjoy it too. And imagine if we could say, "Hey, we'll try this or do this, or join this community." Um, so
I mean, if anybody wanted to know kind of where I'm coming from with this, like I say, my background, like I used to teach this kind of stuff, resilience, and when I say teach, I don't mean like I gave you the answers. It's just, I got books of tools and ways to explain them to give the folks. And hopefully, like I say, it can help the light bulb come on for somebody and they get that aha, that jinkies moment. And, and it's just enough to get them over the, I'm saying, over the hump or to help them bust through a new plateau.
and see, I was even talking about starting a, channel, um, and gear it towards mentoring the youth. But what you talking about is on a grander scale, and I like that. I'm down, man. I'm down, and that's kind of what I try to do here. But it, give it structure, and that's what I've been talking about. I think this is a micro to the macro. I think if we can come together here, then we can come together off air for what they went through in their past. Um, Ultimately, Liz, I will say that um, everything is a choice, right? Um, the best way, the only way, I'm not going to say the only way, but the way I usually handle it is to show them. Is to show them simply, like, look, This occurred to you in the past, and I understand that it affected you, but it's affecting you in the present, and um, is affecting you in the present, right? And not only is it affecting you, but now it's affecting me because you're comparing me, and it's not me, it's you. You're comparing me. You're choosing to do this. Um, you, when people are doing something, sometimes they don't know they're doing it. Even if they know they're doing it, they try to justify it, but there's no justification. We're two different people.
Right? Or they're not aware of the effects or the effect it has like on the other person. They don't know that if, I compare, like, if my wife, if I compare her to one of my previous ladies, maybe I'm just really not that keen on how that shrinks her.
Hmm.
Hey, salute, Cat.
So,
Salute, word, everybody. Salute.
Frankie, what up, brother?
Hey, salute, man.
Hey, shit. I ain't want to jump in while y'all was cooking. You know what I mean? I ain't trying to mess up the meal.
Oh, you good, bro? But yeah, Liz, I would definitely, like I said, I understand it is affecting you, what happened in your past, but it's affecting me now. Like Cat Daddy said, I don't know if you're aware of what you're doing and how it's making me feel. And see, that's why I say, a lot of times, people don't know what they're doing, why they're doing it. Somebody might be doing something to protect them, but um, you hurting me. You just gotta make them aware of that.
You know what fixes it without cutting you off, pardon me, man. But I just want to interject. Communication. You know what I mean? Straight
Hmm.
up. Because it's all in the eyes and the body language to tell you once you reveal it. You know what I mean? Your true emotion. You'll see it in off the reaction. You know what I mean? If it's meant to keep it around or not. You get it?
Yep. And like I said, is a choice too. That person has to choose to stop doing that.
Yeah. But what if someone is and struggling from mental health, right? It can saying every night you can go to bed telling kick their ass all night saying, you know what, I'm gonna change. Tomorrow I'm gonna be and some weird way, life puts you back in that loop again. And it's tough. It's tough sometimes, you know what I mean? You gotta dig a lot more than you think is just to get out, you know what I mean? You're still so far behind.
It's a process. Like I said, like think about like as an adult, healing childhood trauma is a process. It take a while. You gonna go through some things. You gonna make some progression. Then you will digress. Um, uh, I'm not gonna say nobody, but I don't think it clicked. I don't think anything clicks instantly. Um, so everything is a process. It's about, like Nate was talking about earlier, patience too. Once a person is aware of something, um, it takes time to see if they heed to the teaching or the understanding, or if it went in one ear and out the other. You know, um, Rich,
Right.
what's up? Les,
That,
I forgot this. Oh no,
that's what
that's
I was thinking. Once you inform somebody, their actions after that, to me, is kind of what you go off of. Because,
Right.
like, if I
The
mention
vibe.
something to my wife, like, "Hey, baby, when you do such and such, that make me feel this kind of way," and I, maybe go into a, in depth a little more. And, and if you just keep riding the same old wave, what I'm saying, like I've never said nothing, eventually the juice is not going to be worth the squeeze. And,
Right.
but, one thing I don't want to do, like when we talk like this, is try to assign value to somebody else's relationship. 'Cause that's on that individual person. Because what,
That's
what I'm
right.
saying, like what you might be able to tolerate could be completely different from me. That's why I just, inform people, hey, know what your boundaries are. And, Figure out which boundaries you will not bend, we will not break, you will not flex. They are rigid, and then which boundaries, can ebb and flow a little bit.
But isn't that what a relationship is? Compromising. What if it's part of those things that you have to compromise? I'm just playing devil's advocate. I'm not
I
really, you know
get
what
you.
I mean. But I'm just having a question that someone with a, with an opposite thought, not thinking on the same wavelength, what they probably thinking in their head.
Right. I mean, like even with my marriage, there are things that I value and I believe in that are rigid that will never change. That I ain't gonna say will never, but will probably never change. And then there are other things that I'm flexible on. And so of course, like the flexible ones, those are the ones that are open to compromise. But the ones
Mhm.
that, like I say, are deeply rooted and stuck in the ground, and I understand the source of those values and beliefs, those are the ones that probably won't change.
Right.
Hey, Cat Daddy, you see Liz's question? How do
How
you
do you
figure
figure out your boundaries? A lot of people don't know their boundaries until they've already been crossed.
cross? Yep.
And the way
That's
you know when a boundary is crossed is by your own emotions towards it. Like I think I said this to Word before. Um, if you had an outburst at something that was like, and after that outburst or after that reaction, you're like, man, I was tripping. Like, man, I went way overboard with that when I shouldn't have. That's probably when you had a boundary crossed and you didn't even know that was a boundary to begin with.
mm-hmm.
And that could be childhood trauma or some trauma, or it could be just a set of beliefs that you have that you don't know how deeply rooted they are. Nothing to do with trauma. It's just something that you believe in that, just because of your upbringing, just stuff that was put in your head that this is it. And then
And
when you
you,
overreact, that's the sign.
uh-huh. And Liz, what you just said, if you, you can't disregard emotions for other people, trust me, I was guilt. My mom is still in the chat. I I was guilty of that. The, when you disregard your emotions for others, you become more um, narcissist. The things that you would you will hurt people, and it's hard to have remorse if you don't have emotions for others, and if you um, disregard your own emotions uh, for others' benefits, you're doing the same to yourself. It's self mutilation. Um, I did that in a relationship. I put other people's emotions over mine, and when I did that, they just took advantage of them and did whatever they wanted to them. And then you can't be mad at it because you did it. You allowed it, and I had to learn that in my first marriage. I used to tell my first wife, I told her I love you more than I love yourself. She told me I was a damn fool, and she showed me why.
Mhm.
That's deep. That's deep.
And she showed me after she said that. I looked at her and I'm like, and then I started noticing, like, man, yeah, that she just felt like she can do anything and it'd be okay. Only thing she had to do was say sorry, and she was right. And it took me less than a year to realize that, and that's something that you can't fix in other people. Unfortunately, um, they have to fix that in themselves. You know,
Worst part, the more you try, the more you lose yourself. In the sense, meaning, you know what I mean? You're taking away from your character and what you really feel, you know what I mean?
Right.
I say this. This is what I learned personally from that. Um, is to love someone else more than I love myself is not to love them. I'm not giving them the full amount of love I can possibly give them. What up, Gwen?
What's up, brother? Let me close the Do you hear echo?
Nah, I don't hear no echo, bro.
All
Quinn,
right,
what up,
cool.
man? G'd up.
What's up, brother?
I, chilling, chilling. Let me cap this off real quick, and then you got it, bro. But I say this too. When you love somebody more than you love yourself, uh, you not you not doing them justice. Because, like, just from my personal experience, I allowed them
Yeah.
to do things and not only put themselves but me in situations because I was just going along to get along. I just wanted to make her happy. So when you love someone, you hold them accountable. You got to make that person the best version of themselves. Like my wife pushes the shit out of me. Like I was just saying earlier with my mom, with my wife, when you um, love yourself, you set a standard um, that you expect, and the person is with you. Um, they got to adhere to it, and they shouldn't mind because they love you too.
Amen.
Tay, what's up?
Salute to everybody,
Quinn, what
man.
up, Quinn? What's popping, man?
What's good? What's
God
good?
bless you. Who's on the panel with me? Who's that? Blanco?
Blanco. Yeah, what's good?
Blanco,
Blanco and
Word,
Cat Daddy.
and Cat Daddy. Well, God bless, man. Good to see you, Blanco.
You already know.
Now, you
Same,
you know
bro.
I came up, man. I never blessed your panel before. Word.
I appreciate you for
I
it,
said, let me
brother.
give my man, his blessings, bro.
I appreciate it, brother.
That's crazy. I did that a couple weeks ago. I said the same thing. I'm like, yo, I'm gonna come up here. I didn't want, I was waiting for the time. Quinn is very knowledgeable, man. No lie. Like that
Oh,
dude
oh
be having.
I be in Queen
It, he
chats.
and he's a historian. Like he got a memory of elephants. And like he could go back with hip hop. You know what I mean? Certain issues, a lot of New York stuff. Like he's real good with the New York history. You know what I mean?
Thank you,
He's
sir.
a, he's one of them older, younger dudes. You know what I mean? He's like I seen a dude early in the I was in the hospital. I just got out. I seen a dude that was my age, man. And this dude looked like he been hammering and nailing. You know what I mean? Buildings together and shit. Like I said, damn, bro. I'm grateful. You know what I mean? He
Yeah,
got that young spirit. You know.
yeah, yup. That's the truth, man. I'm gonna be young forever.
God
You
bless him,
know.
man, for real.
God bless you too, brother. You know, this is just the beginning. This life. This is just one stop. I believe that we are eternal. I believe, that you know you
Hey,
when you get up out of here, you go somewhere, else.
Yeah, that's what all the knowledge you gather here is going to help you. It's going to determine where you get classified in the next area. That's my opinion. That's why I don't feel like it's because people say we only live 80 years, right? I said that last time, like 100 years probably the most to be lucky. But you gain so much knowledge and experience. So much hardship, pain and love and happiness. Like all those emotions stick to your soul, right? And your soul is infinite. Your soul can't be destroyed or transferred, right? So it got to move with you into the next level. Like that's luggage you building up. I feel. You know what I mean?
Sounds good to me.
Frankie, what you been reading, boy?
Shit. You know what I mean? I'm a master student, man. That's it. I just
That's
like
Frank
to
how
Frank is
you.
dabble.
smart.
That's how you raise them vibrations through the emotions. That's why I
Yeah,
always
but
tell
I
people,
told you,
yeah,
strings of emotions.
and this is you take what you need and you let go of what you don't. And that's why it's important to live a life like this because when you do pass, whatever attached to you go with you. You know, that's a whole different conversation, bro.
That's a fact.
But
But that's
I
what we was
know I
talking.
can have it. I'm happy I can have it with you, bro.
That's
That's the
remember we was talking about consciousness. It's sometimes it's not fun or life ain't the same. And once you start to realize you got to be aware, and cautious and attentive to every situation, every little macro. You know what I mean? Whatever it might be, you have to
Mhm.
be fully engaged because there's so many signs and jewels at that moment. Even a conversation, somebody might be saying one thing and they talking. You know what I mean? Subconsciously. is being absorbed differently. You know what I mean? Like you could feel a little bit of hate or slight little, jealousy, or just by the way the words are coming out, the vibration. You know what I mean? Which it resonates off your organs. You know what I mean?
That
You're
was
in
very
in
deep.
tuning for.
That was
And that's
deep.
why me personally, I'm working on trying to be more present in the moment so I can pick up on all those clues like you just mentioned.
That is so key. I promise you. And I'm still human. I still, we all are. Human fallibility is inevitable. It's always going to be, right? But the times when you do catch it, you feel so synchronized. You feel like this is your purpose. You feel like I belong here now. You might have felt out of whack for the whole week at work, and your boss talking like shit. You coming in late. You going to bed late. But then when you get that moment, it's almost like it's like a pat on the back from the divine design. To let you know like don't give up. Still here. I'm watching you. Heard?
And I'm gonna
Wow.
tie that back, and I'm gonna tie that to the title of this show. That's why it's important for us to learn how to let go, so that we can live in the moment and enjoy the moment and learn things in the moment, like exactly what you're talking about.
That's a fact. That's why they call it the present, because it's a gift. The future, we can't fix it. All it does is give
Mm.
us anxiety. And the past, it just leaves us depressed.
And you're a
Uh,
stoic and don't know it.
Bruh, this is why I built this channel just so we can do this, bruh. Y'all don't feel that energy, bruh. The brother Frankie up here dropping bombs, Cat Daddy
You
up
Right.
here
know what it is,
dropping
man.
bombs,
The
my
mindset.
boy Quinn up here. This is what it's supposed to be about. We building, you know what
I
I'm
got a
saying?
saying.
Sharing
I heard it.
information.
If you're the smartest dude in the room, you're in the wrong room. You
I'm
know
in
what I
the
mean?
wrong room. Thank you, brother. I
That's right.
cannot
You need to find another room. Facts.
find another
That's
room.
right.
I
That's
can't be
right.
the smartest. And that's why I appreciate y'all so much, man. When you said bless, y'all be blessing me, bro. Because like I said, I can sit up here and talk all day from my perspective, but when you add intelligent people, man, and they just building and building and building. You ain't doing nothing but dropping jewels to everybody, bro. You know I'm clipping this. This about to be a short. Bless.
Yo, sometimes it's good to know when to just be quiet too and learn. Like, I just
Facts.
learned some heavy stuff that I didn't even know. You dig what I'm saying? Like, you got to know when
But
to pay
we all do
attention.
that to each other. It might be something I have, like, because, we all try. I'm different, and a lot of people might be the same. They like to dabble in a lot of things. They don't just try to major in one thing. I
Hmm.
try, like, even from growing up, I wanted to learn four different sports than just trying to be real good at baseball. You know what I mean?
That's a fact.
Because I wanted to be knowledgeable at least to the rules or at least to the way the game goes. So when I do want to play, I'm already a little bit advanced. I could say I'm intermediate. You know what I mean? And I take that
Hmm.
with life too. You know what I mean? With life, you learn off of each other's experiences, right? And you can see the pain in someone's face when they tell you the story or the passion. You know what I mean? You can see it. It vibrates off of them when they're talking to you, and that's what controls you. It dictates you. It's this thing called NLP, right? It's called neuro linguistic programming. It's almost
Yeah.
similar to hypnotism, and that's what people know how to do. I told y'all they control the tone and the speed of the voice and the way they put these words out perfectly and articulate themselves so well. You almost get into a trance. You know what I mean?
That's a
Do
whole
you
fact,
know?
nigga.
Do you know I intentionally try not to do that, and I
Dude,
do
I
it?
told you why I came up here. I'm dying to hear you curse one day. I'm dying to hear you just have a Howard Stern moment. I'm just swear to God.
Yeah, the word don't curse, right? And he's so
Bro, since
so
that dude came
calm
on
and
and shit, man,
mature.
he talks with that Barry White. Welcome to WBLS
Yeah,
101 Kiss
yeah, just
FM.
so
I be
calm.
mad. Like I want to hear this brother curse. I'm gonna make him curse. I'm gonna
That's
type
a
some foul
fact.
shit.
That is so right.
Oh man.
But
That's a
that's what
blessing.
helps people in this time, right? These are those hours right before the witching hours, right? And this is what keeps us in a
Hmm.
sedated mind state where we don't have to be worried about or being a, mentally raped by television and commercials and ads and MTVs and BTs and whatever it might be with the T's, you're. But that's what it is, right? We get something different where we can let our minds and our imaginations kind of feel like we're having a seance, and not in a bad way, not in a ritual way, not no, nothing bad, but almost like a group community kind of a think tank, a think
Yes,
tank.
sir. Yes, sir. You
So
don't
I
curse,
don't.
right? The word. I never heard you curse before.
He
That's
curse,
Yeah,
he
yeah,
lying. Don't let that
yeah.
brother
I
lie to you.
curse.
He
Yeah,
curse.
I
He
curse.
gets some shit on his finger when he changing a pamper. He gonna curse.
Yeah, I curse, bro. I'm good at it. Kimosh, what's up, sis? Yeah, I curse my mama in the chat though, so I ain't
but
gonna.
that's a good thing, though.
I get
Actually, to
slapped in the mouth for saying the p word, the PUNK. I get slapped in the mouth. I'm 38, bro.
shout to
I
know
don't
I'm
do
blessed.
I
Damn, you
don't
so
mess
I'm
with my
blessed.
good.
mama,
Though.
bro.
God
I don't
bless
mess
your
with my
moms,
mama. I'll
man.
fight a lion. I ain't messing with my mama, bro. I will fight a lion. You give me a choice, my mama or the lion. I'm going after the lion.
Hmm.
I'd already been bit by my mama before, so now I'm straight.
That's
But
a
no,
blessing, man. To have your mom in a chat with you, that is
yeah.
such a
Yo, that's I
blessing.
think that's the first. I ain't gonna lie, you like in a way
Oh,
like
my
this,
people.
in a humble way, like that's a good thing. Like if your mom is in one of these YouTube chats nowadays, that should be she gotta be ratchet. You heard? Oh hell no, tell
No.
that nigga get his big ass face off the screen. You know what I
Mm.
mean? But
Nah,
nah,
but
like that's peace because she could sit there and intermingle and still hear you kick that. Like one of the greatest feelings I had, and I'm sorry to keep talking so much, but one of the greatest feelings I had was my mom told me, "Yo, I'm very proud of you." You know what I mean? That
yeah.
shit meant more than probably any bag of riches I could had, or you know what I mean, could have get in the future. Like it didn't matter, nothing mattered after that. But besides my mom telling me, "Yo, you're the man I wanted you to be." Like I raised a
That's
great man.
right.
Like I showed her being my father and skills with my wife, my relationship, my even trying to be with my family and my sisters and my brothers, because everybody has their little family member that they don't really click with. The chemical reaction sometimes when y'all next to each other goes off.
That's right.
Y'all trigger each other. But I try to show my mom, and every time I'm around, I'm conscious of the fact that I know in my heart my mom's not going to be here. You know what I mean? Soon,
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
right? And I feel it every day. I even wrote some shit, but I said, "Yo, I'm gonna do a real quick word, all right?" I
Mm-hmm.
said, "Mom, I made this song up just for you, and Mom, I give this soul up just for you. Turn away and walk away, Mom, just for you. Fold your hands and bend the knees. I pray just for you. Take a look in my eyes. I'm a wish come true. My only purpose in life, Mom, was just for you. This I knew. Always showed me right from wrong. You even told me life goes on when life is gone, right or wrong. I found my days now all played out. Looking for shortcuts, only finding long ways out. I guess till the song's played out, I cry blood to ease the pain. I die young if I could ease the pain. Late nights disease my brain, off of weed and cane, tipsy swerving in the speeding lane, busy lurking on the feeding chain. I guess now that I could feel your
Damn.
pain, teardrops my the rain is driving me insane. Mom, I made this song up just for you. And Mom, I give this soul up just for you. Turn away and walk away, Mom, just for you. Hold the hands and bend the knees. I pray just for you.
That was
That was
fire, bro.
great, bro. Shout to all the
That was
mothers
dope.
and the
Thank you,
women,
thank you,
man,
thank you. Yeah,
out
yo, that's
there.
why I did that because you always have every year's a Mother's Day. That joint could hit any year.
Right, man.
Every
Those are
day
the
is a Mother's
queens,
Day.
man. They don't get enough credit. They're so
Shout out to the
strong.
mothers, man. Shout
That's
out to
right.
all the mothers, man.
That's
And this
right.
is, I mean, I appreciate y'all brothers because I never heard any of you brothers talk disparaging about women, and everybody, uh, every group on this planet has uh, the good and the bad, but just nowadays the way women are looked upon. I got a mama, she right there in the chat.
That's
I know
right.
how impactful she was to my mom. I mean, to my life. So even I appreciate you sharing that with us because uh, the whole time that's how I feel about my mom.
Yes,
And
the
I
words,
couldn't
right? The
put it in
vocabulary
no.
lets us express our true emotion. As long as you get the right words, and we gotta have understanding of the word too, right? That goes with etymology. But the words, right? People could relate to it. They're like, damn, I feel it. I know what you mean, right? Some people don't have that power. They got so much shit built up in their mind and they don't know how to just, you know what I mean? Put it together in a
Mhm.
sentence. So that can cause a lot of confusion and stress. And I call it sad, angry, and depressed. Or what is it? Stress, anger, and depression. That's what sadness is, sad. Stress, anger, and depression.
Mm, that's the truth.
But
Very
yeah, I
Shout to the
do
deep.
that though.
women,
I do that. I
man.
did poetry night on Nate's joint. I got some joints. I got some shit I really want you to hear. And it's not even no rap shit. It's like I wrote this probably 2008, no lie. And I went in. I told him I thought I fucking was in a trance or something. Excuse me, I'm pardon for cursing, but I
You good,
definitely was
bro?
in. I was in another zone when I wrote it. I'm using them $10 words. Trust me, bro. I impressed myself. At the end, you're gonna be like, "Oh, that was nice." The way I closed it, trust me, and it means so much to me because it kind of puts my life in a nutshell. But with the metaphysical part, the things that I learned that I couldn't understand, no one could tell you. When the doctor says you're not gonna walk again, and then 6 months later you in a marathon. You know what I mean? Those type of things.
Hmm.
That's right. God got the final say. Care what a doctor says,
That's a
really.
divine design, right? But we
Yeah.
get caught up with the he. We and I brought this up before. I don't feel like the divine or the you know the creator is masculine more than he's feminine. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Because
Nope.
yeah, I'm saying though, some people say, you know, father, right? The word
Yeah.
father. You feel me?
I
It's
call him.
already
I call him a
it's
father.
almost programming you to think, you know what I mean, to put you in
But
that
that's just
position.
the
And I'm
word
not
to describe the higher entity that I'm speaking about at the time, because God encompasses everything: man,
mhm.
woman, child,
But Mother
everything.
Nature,
Space,
right? You know,
time.
Mother Nature. You know what I mean? So it's I don't know. That thing in my mind, it was just it's something that can be it can be debated. You know what I mean? Honestly,
Yeah, no
because you
doubt.
know
I agree with you
we know
there.
from our experiences and our visual experiences, we see women are the ones that create. You know what I mean? Women is
Right.
the creator, the master creators. You know what I mean?
That's right.
They can
If
bring
it was
life
up
into
to
it. You know,
men to bear children, the world would be extinct. We would go
man, because
extinct.
of the hemispheres, because of the brain, man. I'm telling you, the
Men,
brain.
men ain't trying to have no be 9 months laying up with another human inside of them, and
Niggas is playing
women
CeeLo
are
for
built to
diapers.
do that. Yeah, the
I got
human race
7 Huggies
is
right now, the
doomed.
72 pack. 72 pack right now, Huggies. What's up?
Hey, check this out. You want to hear a dope concept? So it's an occult understanding that, like when you speak to the divine as the Father, you do it as so um, for protection or defense. And when you
Mm,
speak to the divine as the mother, you do it for creation or nurturing.
mm,
Even like when we say Elohim is the masculine and the feminine, that's the creation. And when you say Yahweh, the Most High, that's actually the feminine version, not the masculine version.
oh wow, I never
Yeah,
knew
Is
that.
God because of the Y? Like the way
yeah,
the shape of the Y is, right?
yeah. Uh,
Symbolically.
yeah, so it's the crescent, the ball, the womb, Yahweh. Uh, that's the occult understanding.
There's
So I
so
thought
many
that
ways to
was
call him: Buddha, Allah, God, the Father, you Jesus.
I
But
heard,
if you,
you know this, Quinn, with that right there, right? Because I heard
hmm
that when you pray, before you say and you sit down,
hmm
he already heard it. He already heard it, right? He already read
hmm
your whole, he knows your prayer. But when you thought about it, let me go down and you know what? I'm pray. He already knows from that emotion, right? That's how I feel personally. Like your body's
oh,
a
you
temple.
just said
You
it.
know what it is. Stop playing,
You
word. Don't
just
play
said
with
it.
me,
I
man.
was
I does
making.
this, man.
I
I know
was
you was
hmm
waiting for that
making.
word. That's why I threw it out there. 'Cause I see you.
You,
You on the edge of the seat right there.
you
Don't worry
know.
about it, brother. I got you.
You
He love
know.
that word emotion.
You know how I was gonna hit you. I was gonna say when you pray, do you actually speak or do you feel?
Nah,
Do
you
you
feel it, bro.
you
That's
see what
why
I'm
you don't
saying?
need nobody to tell you what the Lord is trying to tell you. You know what I mean? But then again, you got people reading the same book every Sunday, and it gives them different messages. I think it's more perspective than anything. You know what I mean? Because you know, if you got moral compass and you know you're born with it, and you have in your heart already to know that there's more to this, you already know that. You know what I mean? We all made in the image. You know what I mean?
that's
Papa
right,
Will,
man.
what's up, brother? And see that's the thing.
What's up, Papa
That's why
Will?
that's why I always say care about how you feel, bro. Them emotions. That's how you interact or contact the creator. That's why, like basically everything I talk about is got to do. My whole basis is emotions dictate the way you think. Change. I mean, and that dictates the decisions and choices you make. But it all starts with emotion. Everything starts with emotion, man.
That's probably our primal language, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's how we
Because
communicate.
you know
It's through
you
emotion.
don't really see love, but you can feel love. You know what I mean? Like seeing love could be tricky. You know, it might not be love, it might be lust. You know what I mean? It could be a bunch of things. But when you feel love, you feel it. You get it? You just it's in your heart. You know what I mean? Your gut. You feel me?
I don't
When
know, man. I'm kind of tricky on that word love.
It is. That's just the word though, but that's the language that we have, right? If we all spoke in our native tongues, I guarantee you our vibrations and our frequencies would be off the charts. But we've been, you know what I mean? We've been through a situation and a system that's been, you know, designed to keep us away from what we should know and what we need to know, right? And they only give us what we want to know and what they think we want to know. You know what I mean? and our
There's
wants
so
don't
much
help us because our
information
needs,
withheld
right?
from us, bro.
Because they say, right, you hide in a book. How much people read nowadays? You know what I'm saying? Nobody read no more. Everybody going to YouTube for shit. And I'm not. I'm
Yeah.
one of them too. I'm one of them too. I ain't gonna lie. If I don't got to read 170 pages and I could just listen to a 10-minute video, I'm on it. Let's get it.
Well, I
But you
do
don't get
audio
that
books.
feeling.
I
Yeah,
do
you
a
can
lot
do
of
that too.
audio books. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing as reading. You know what I'm saying? You might there's pros and cons with everything, but
There's a way of that's the way of learning. You communicate, right?
yeah,
Communication was
yeah.
the biggest technological advance that ever was happening between
I was
human
always a
beings.
big reader though, man. I had a 12th grade reading level in the third grade. I had a college grade level in the third grade
I
certified.
told Quinn, I said it the last time. I used to sit, take no funny shit. Like when I go to the bathroom, I read the back of the spray cans. I'm reading like boxes.
Yeah.
Like I'm just reading shit to see what the vocabulary is like. I mean, like what the hell does that word mean? Like,
And I was
polyethylene
a
mean.
prolific
You know what I
reader. I
mean?
love to read, bro. I love it. I have no problem reading, bro. Just
But that's how you do it, right? Because what happens is when you learn
And
the
I did
word,
it too. Hey, that's how I learned about toxic shock syndrome. The women
you
know what I'm
see,
talking about.
everybody, each one to each one. Word up.
yeah, I never
Because that
even heard
shit,
of that before. That's crazy. Toxic
word
shock
up.
syndrome.
I thought that shit was like electroshock
Speak
therapy
on
or
it.
something. I said,
Speak on
what?
that,
He into that
Yeah,
kinky shit, huh? Nah, I'm
yeah,
joking. I'm
yeah.
joking. I'm joking. Joke. But I know
Cat
what you
Daddy,
mean. That what you said it
explain that.
was toxic shock therapy. What you said it was? Pardon me. I apologize.
Oh, that was Cat Daddy.
Oh, I said
You
toxic
cat.
shock syndrome. No, we was just talking
What's
about
that?
reading while you were in the bathroom. And I was
Yeah.
just, concurring and saying how I did the same thing, reading the back of a tampon box. And that's how I figured
Hell
out learning
yeah.
what toxic shock syndrome was.
I didn't want to say that. I didn't want to say I used to read the tampon box, but you did it for me. I was saying I used to read things. I thought about it when I was saying it, and I said, nah, I used to read things in those spray cans, but I was gonna say tampon box. I used to read the back of soap. You know what I mean? Weird shit, man. Like
Yeah, me
that's
too.
funny. Yeah. I like the way you
Toothpaste,
worded it too. He worded it so
anything,
smooth. Like
anything. Toothpaste, anything I can get my hands on.
yeah,
I'll
too for
read
all
it.
that shit. I ain't gonna lie.
Anything, bro.
But then you see with that shit, like there's so many different things that dumb us down, right? Naturally, like not naturally, pardon me, that's the wrong choice of word. But design, right? Fluoride, right? Aluminum and deodorant, right? You know what I mean? They play with the things that are,
Nah.
in our culture, things that we got accustomed to, and these are the things that help them with their agenda, in my personal opinion, right? And the agenda not to
Yo,
be the world
Blanco.
ending, just keeping us dumb, keeping us docile, keeping us
Yo,
not
Blanco. Check this out.
disconnected. Yep.
The DuPont made the chemical what's it called? Teflon. Teflon is in 98% of every human being walking the earth's blood.
I remember you said that shit last time in your
It's in
live. You was talking about it.
98% of every human being alive walking's
So it's
blood.
petroleum. Your
It's yeah,
toothbrush, everything in your house
yes,
is probably 98% petroleum.
yes, nigga. It's just the way I
It's
was
by
born into this
design.
shit. Yeah, people learn to, but you can't blame everything on the government and this and because they didn't fucking learn like we do. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't, I never get mad at the president and blame everything on. That's one fucking human being. What can he do? You know what I'm saying? Like, it takes a bunch of us to come together and make things happen. Can't rely on one person and
It's
yeah,
scary, because as the years gone on, though, they found ways to make groups. You know what I mean? And it's almost like fraternities. And these people are like fraternal orders and stuff like that, and lounges and lodges and all this stuff. So you know what I mean? It's different now because now they want to make their situation better. And if you're not in, you know what I mean? You're just not in, right?
yeah,
And then it
yeah.
becomes more divisive. Everything is
Society,
divided now. You know what I mean? So
society, yes.
it's design. It's to make right. We all living in chaos. We just trying to make order out of it. You know what I mean? Literally,
Mm-hmm.
like we all trying to make order. Every day you walk outside, anything can happen, bro. Anything. A rock
Fact,
can fall from the
fact.
sky, from space, from 200 years ago, and that should have knocked you out, kill you. You
No, that's
don't
a
know.
fact. That's a fact.
I believe that the money hungry powers that be, if they figured out how to how to monetize love, it would be done. If they figured out a
Yeah,
way to
yeah,
monetize
yeah.
How
togetherness,
about this?
it
How
would be
about
done.
this? If they could make AI sentient, wouldn't it be done the same way, right? Because you're giving AI consciousness, you're giving it emotion. You feel me? Like, and then
You,
that thing it already knows the question to your question with an answer. Like that shit's so
you mean
advanced,
like the
right? Like look at
vision,
that.
the
Look at
vision from Avengers, like something like that, but
Yeah, but
a male and female one.
If you give AI emotion, forget about it, right? Forget about it.
Yeah,
It's all over, right?
that's what the
It's
Vision
all
is in the
over.
Marvel comics. He's
Yeah.
an artificial intelligence that's
But that's what
alive.
everything is. They're trying to put consciousness from
Hmm.
Arnold Schwarzenegger, all these movies. They're just trying to transfer our soul and they're trying to figure it out how to put that soul into a
And you
machine,
know
right? And that's gonna
he has a
be
human wife in the
it's
comics
called
of
yeah,
the
it's
Vision.
transhumanism. That's gonna be the new religion soon. I
Yeah.
promise you. Within the next 20 years, man and meat machine are gonna meet. Whether machine meets man first or man joins machine,
Well,
that's what's
yeah,
gonna
yeah.
happen.
People are
Transhumanism.
flying. People are flying. I could have sworn. You know what? What y'all talking about? Was it in this chat we were talking about men getting? No, it was in Nate's. But anyway, I could have sworn I seen a dude with a baby in his stomach on YouTube the other day,
Mhm.
or like a man having a baby. I could not believe my eyes, bro. I could not believe that shit. People are flying. You could go to Dubai and fly all over Dubai right now with them jetpacks. They got like a
Yeah,
bunch of
they
different
had that for a
jetpacks.
while. They had
Yeah.
that for a while though.
But I never thought I would see a man fly. I never, I've been reading comics since a little kid. So all like everything that's coming to fruition, a lot of that stuff was in the comics. The touchscreen TVs and you know what I'm
But,
saying? Just a lot of
but,
stuff like the talking cars and cars that drive themselves and
but they,
artificial intelligence. I was
Facts.
reading about artificial intelligence when I was a little kid in the comic books.
but think
You know
about
what I'm
this
saying?
though. Like
Frankenstein was like a thing of artificial intelligence, right? You putting life into something that's dead, right? And you bring it alive.
Mm,
And like, that was kind of like symbolic to me in my mind. Like they made a lot of movies. Remember, they do a lot of how can I say it, is a predictive programming, right? That's why
yeah,
sometimes these movies be 20 years old and they coming up with shit and books too. They do it books too. Look at Orwell books, all these old little
yeah.
these books to have something. Even Bill Cooper, you know
Oh
what I
yeah.
mean?
Oh
They
man.
talk about things that are so ahead of themselves that they don't even realize it. And then, it starts to be fruition because
Rest in
that
peace
was
to
put to the
Bill Cooper,
universe.
the great Bill Cooper,
Right.
the great.
yeah.
LBR, rest in peace.
Yeah,
Anything that's thought of is either already done or about to be done. It's consciousness. Everything is connected. So soon as something is thought, the process of becoming begins. Um,
Everything
BMK,
is
what's up?
connected. Yo,
Everything is
Cat
connected.
said he's stepping down, I think, though.
yeah,
He
yeah,
tapping.
yeah. Said he's out of here. Good
He's
night,
Salute,
to
Cat,
stepping
man.
Cat.
out.
My
Cat did.
fault, bro.
No, y'all good fellas. No, I just looked at the time, man. It's time for me to jam out.
Oh, 214.
But hey, word up, the practitioner, that's my name for you.
The practitioner.
Yeah,
I
because you always
appreciate
say,
it.
man, knowing this stuff is no good if you're not practicing it.
Yeah. And
Amen.
that's what I always
I'm gonna
anything
tap
that
down, B. God bless y'all too. Yo, Cat, it was great being here with you.
You
Word,
too,
you already
bro.
know.
Yes, sir.
Gita, great seeing you again, brother.
Always a pleasure.
appreciate you, bro.
You already know.
But I think that's important, Cat Daddy, because why know it if you don't practice it? How do you know it's real?
That's
How do
right.
you know it works? So um and that's why I had to, Mama's still in the chat. I know she thought I was crazy. I was practicing all these religions. Like she was like, "Hold on, wasn't you just practicing? Wasn't you just Muslim? Now you, what is this?" When I was practicing Shinto, that's the Japanese religion. Um, so that was kind of dope. But it's like really all is Christianity, Hebrew, Islam, and
I would
Buddhism
love to learn
together.
all about all the religions, the world. That is incredible. There's thousands of religions. First of all, forget
I
it,
say
bro.
I practice Islam, I practice Christianity, Hebrew, Buddhism, Taoism,
That's what's up.
Shinto, Kemetic science, Hindu, um,
Wow,
uh,
wow.
hoodoo,
What about
and
the what do you think about the 5% nation and
and
stuff?
see when I practiced Islam, it was the Moorish science temple, so it was a different form of Islam. Um, so I mean, even like the 5%, I debated them. Um,
Hmm.
they don't know nothing. It's,
There's so
like
many
we
theories, though. There's so many. I I don't even profess to any one religion. Like I'm open to listening to anything from any
what
like you were saying. You know what I'm saying? I believe in God, though. Absolutely.
I say it like this too. Anytime you adopt a concept, learn the origin, because religion, the Latin origin of the word religion is religios, means to bind. What are you bound to? A book. You're not bound to a God. You're bound to a book.
Hmm.
You see what I'm saying? The book.
Yeah, 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 yeah. I mean, there's a lot of dark side to certain religions too, man. Like those got in the church, the Catholic Church, all these children being hurt, and you know what I'm saying. Like this is that's why I don't profess to a religion, but there are very good people that also, there's great Christians. There's good and bad duality everywhere you go, everywhere in every corner of the universe.
Andrea, what up though? My bad. I just looked up Marlene. Appreciate you, sir. Andrea, Marlene. Who else came in? Somebody else. James, you came in real. Appreciate y'all.
Shout to the chat.
But yeah, you should practice everything, and I appreciate that, Cat Daddy. Uh, it wasn't, but you know what? In everything, you know what I found while practicing. Every one of those religions have you um, reaching out to the divine, like becoming one. If you practice it, I mean, all of it is just telling you to love and create. Respect and create. That's
That's
all
a
it's
fact.
doing. All of them do that. Appreciate you, Cat Daddy. Um, so
There's thousands of religions. I looked it up. I was looking at it the other day. There's over 1,000 religions in the world.
and be and a lot of those are spin-offs of the main ones. If you think about, okay, so if we talk about religion, so the first monotheistic religion, meaning one God religion, uh, people try to equate it back to Egypt, but it's not. It's actually a religion called Zoroastrianism, right? And Zoroastrianism, if you start researching or reading about that, you'll see it has aspects of Islam, Christianity, and Hebrew.
Yeah,
You can
a
almost
lot of
say,
religions have. I read look. I read the I almost read the whole. What's it called? The Islamic one.
the Quran.
I almost read the whole thing. Right. It was so similar to the Bible. It spoke about Moses and Jesus, and it's just so similar to the Bible. That, and a lot of religions are very similar to it. Catholic, Christian, Protestant. That's all. It's very similar. A lot of them.
Now check this out. Let's take the emotions out of the conversation for one
Hmm.
second. Not saying you
Hmm.
got emotions, but
Hmm.
think of it like this: if you look on a map where all those religions came from, you see they came from different areas, like different
Right.
tribes of people, right? So what if all these different people had an understanding of God and just told it in these books in their perspective, their way?
Hmm.
Um,
Even Satanism is a religion. There's churches that have worship Satan. When I say religions, I mean ones that are documented. Like
yeah.
they're on the books, so to speak. You know.
Yeah, what you know about that, Les? You know about Zoroastrianism?
No. Nope. Mm-mm. I'm not really, too versed on religion.
That was one of the things that I when you soul searching or you trying to fix yourself or you
Hmm.
trying not to go to hell, you try to
Hmm.
learn all that, and that's what I did, and it helped me. It
That's
gave me
right.
enlightenment, understanding. It brought me closer to who I was, who I am.
But if I was to tell you, what's your religion, what would you say?
I don't believe in the word itself. I don't
Okay.
even believe in the concept of religion. Religion is taking God
Mm,
out of you. God is within me. I mean, in the Bible say the kingdom of God is within man. So what I'm gonna go
wow.
outside myself looking for is
I
inside me.
definitely
So
could understand that. I'm with that.
and so no, I don't. When you take God out of me and put him in the sky, then I lose my connection. I say it like that. I lose the connection, and now I
Yeah.
got to go to somebody or something to find it. But the whole
Hmm.
time it's inside me. And only thing the people that I'm going to is doing is tap into what's already inside me. That's why you feel the
What do you
Holy
think about
Spirit.
the Hebrews that are real popular right now? That they're all everywhere. The you know what I'm talking about, right?
I'm gonna say this though. Whatever works for people, I believe
Hmm.
they should use it. You know, if that's bringing
That's
them
right.
together, making them prosperous, I don't see a
That's right.
problem with it.
That's right. I don't
Like
have a problem with nobody because there's good. Like I said, there's good and bad everywhere.
you know, I mean, I can't be defined by a religion, but I don't see the problem as long as it's benefiting people. Uh,
That's
why
right.
take something away if it's working? You know, um, and that's why that's why I don't like my wife when I started this channel. She wanted me to talk about religion. I'm like, nah, and I showed her why. You know, I don't know if you're familiar with the 42 ideas of my but one of them is I revere all altars, meaning I respect all gods. Uh, it's not
Mm,
it's not me to um, disrespect nobody's beliefs. I just can't allow other people to oppose their beliefs onto me. Then we have to have a
yeah.
discussion, you know,
No, you're right. I agree with everything you said.
or if
Everything.
somebody, you know, if somebody asks, then no problem, we can have a discussion. But I'm not gonna debate nobody. I used to do it. I'm straight on the debate. It's not
Yeah, yeah,
fruitful. You don't get
yeah.
nothing from it. You just start talking about who's right and who's wrong, who can prove, you know, it's no
Hmm.
point. Um, but yeah, definitely, religion. Like I said, if it worked for people, then I don't see the problem in people utilizing it. I just tell people to practice it, get the benefits from it. If you
Yeah,
don't apply the lessons, if you only use it when you like a get out of jail free card, then
yeah.
uh, you know what I'm saying? Like when you were saying, check this out. Like when you were saying God's name. Do you know God's name has never been revealed in the Bible?
Mm,
Those are aspects of God. Those are I I'm those when I say aspects that those are what was represented as God. Even the Elohim is the creator God. Those are just simply aspects because even in that time when the people was writing about the Bible, they felt like if they knew God's name that they can control God.
mm. Wow,
And that's doing
wow.
the historical research and understanding the thought process of the people. We don't do that. You know, you read when you read the Bible, do you realize that you're understanding it from your perspective and not the perspective of the people who wrote it? You see
You
what
know,
I'm
yo,
saying?
check it out. There's over 4,000 recognized. That's the word I was looking for. Recognized religions in the world today. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, and a lot of those, like I said, are just derivatives of, like, if you look how many denominations Christianity has, just look that up and see how
Yeah,
many.
yeah. Just that alone. Just that
Yeah,
alone.
you know what I'm
Protestant,
saying. So,
Catholic. Uh, this this branch of Christianity. This that branch of Catholicism. This is crazy, bro.
yeah, I mean,
Nuts.
just that alone. But then that
Jehovah
speaks volumes
Witness.
too.
Yeah.
But
What
that
was
speaks
that?
volumes too, though, don't it? Don't that speak volumes too? Like
Yeah.
not only, like somebody was saying, SS, we was on Gas Podcast, and he was saying that look, like go into the community and say how many churches are there.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
That's right.
all those different. If you worship in one God, why you ain't under one roof? First of all, you
That's
ain't supposed
right.
to be under a roof. That's in the
Mm-hmm.
Bible.
Yeah, like I agree with everything you've said, bro. I feel the same way, you know. But like I said, I do believe in God, though, you know. And like I was saying this the other day. My God to me isn't an old man with a cane. You know what I'm saying, and a beard down to the floor, and you know what I'm saying. Like that's not my what I think God is. You know. but
And
I know
let's
there's
I would
something, man.
and my favorite god is not from the Bible. It's actually a Hindu god, Krishna. That's my favorite god.
Krishna, right?
Yeah, that's my
That's the Hari Krishna. That's what it was real popular in the like the 70s and 80s. That's the Hari Krishna. That is, if am I right?
yeah, yeah. Well, that's where they get yeah. But that's Krishna. Hare
Hmm.
Krishna is my
Hmm.
favorite deity god. Even out of the
Right,
Kemetic gods, I like
right,
Krishna because um, I like Anubis too, but I
right.
usually talk about the God in the Bible because that's what most people can relate to.
He's
Um,
the blue one. He's the blue god, the Krishna.
yeah, with the
Yeah,
third
I'm looking
eye.
at him right now.
Yeah, you
He's a
got the
major
serpent
deity in
crown.
Hinduism.
Yeah, yeah. Look up Krishna. Krishna.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now. What
Oh
I'm
no, this
talking.
ain't a religion channel. I just talk. I mean, if people, anything that can benefit people. Um,
That's right.
like I know the Bible. I can talk literal from the Bible. I can talk metaphysical from the Bible. I can talk
That's
from the
right.
spiritual aspect of the Bible. So whatever way people need translated, I'm just a translator of uh, the information that I studied, and a lot of
That's
times
right.
people, most of us, all of us, we either relate on a religious, spiritual, or a social level. So those are the three aspects I try to hit conversations from. But no, like I said, I revere all altars. I appreciate all gods because uh,
That's right.
all gods, like I said, if anything works for people, then I think it's good. And if they need help understanding a little more, uh,
Then you've got the like the Norse gods like Zeus,
now, now see,
Thor, like
now
you
going
got
into
stuff
the
like that.
mythology, I'm not well versed in the
Odin,
mythology.
you got that type
I
of stuff.
yeah,
It's
I
so deep.
know I'm familiar with it because even
Hmm.
a lot of that has Christianity aspects to it. You know that,
Yeah,
right?
hell yeah.
Yeah, even a lot of those have Christianity aspects to it. So I'm familiar with it, but I'm not well versed
There's a
in the
goddess
Norse
named Hela,
mythology.
and
Yeah,
she's in hell, and, you know what I'm saying? Like there's all types of stuff, bro. It gets so deep. Do you mess with books like the like Lord of the Rings and 'cause
because even
I love Lord of the Rings. That's my shit.
but see,
And
like
comic books.
stuff like that. A lot of those stories are like the whole story about the Shire. That's a whole Irish tale. I forgot the name of it.
Yeah.
About half of that book, up in I mean, actually excluding the ring, is all
Mm.
Irish tale.
You
It
know,
just
you
didn't have
know,
the ring concept
you know,
to it.
but you know the the world that they come from. It took, J.R.R. Tolkien. It took them decades to write the whole mythology and all the books, and his children continue writing after he died. There is no more detailed world of um, fiction that exists. I don't think he started writing in the 1920s and finished in like in the 70s. And like I said, his sons kept writing after to finish the stuff up. I love that. I love that. Whatever you call it, mythology, I guess, or the Lord of the Rings.
Hmm.
And what's the other one? The Game of Thrones is good too. I do the Game of Thrones. I love comic books. Listen. I just love to learn and read. That's always been my thing.
So you know Brainiac from Superman.
Hell yeah.
I'm like a good version of Brainiac.
And I hear that shit. That's what's up.
That's
That's
why
what's
I
up.
just. That's why I like. Uh oh.
Were you ever
Double
into
deuce
comic
in the
books and
house.
shit? Did you collect comics and stuff like that when you was little?
I collected the cards. I didn't collect comics,
Yeah.
but I
Okay.
ended up getting a huge comic book collection.
Oh
And
yeah.
yeah, and then the girl I was dating threw it out. So
Oh man, that sucks. But yeah, so yeah, I asked that because a lot of times, like in uh, uh dudes be into comics and what's that other the video games? Like they go hand in hand. I'm not saying you're into video games either. You know what I'm saying?
I used to be. I can't really play them no
Yeah,
more
I don't
because I
play video
changed to the
games.
TV. Yeah, I can't. If I could see, I probably would. Just the hand-eye coordination and the challenge. I like to be challenged. So
Hmm. Me too.
the more things that I can't control, the excited I
Hmm.
get. Like when I
No
can't
doubt, man.
control something, when I get full control, then it's like no fun. So, like a video game, I don't really. I got the controller, but like new games, like game, I don't like playing like movies. I don't like watching movies more than once because
Yeah,
I
I'm not a
know.
big watch. I don't
Oh,
watch them over and over again either. If they're classics, I do like Scarface, Godfather, stuff like that. But
even that I don't. I like to. I like. I try to predict. What's gonna happen, and once I know what's gonna happen, it's no fun. I don't get nothing out of it. Hey,
yeah,
let me drop you down for a minute. My mama up here. Let me
no,
talk to
yeah,
her.
I'm gonna get up out of here. God bless, bro. Thank you for having me up here, and shout to Mama Love, man.
I appreciate you,
Okay, later.
mama.
Hey, hey. He
Mhm.
could have stayed on. I'm not going to be on long. I'm trying to get ready for work. I just wanted to touch on a little bit that you guys were talking about religion. I know it's kind of off the subject matter, but it's, you know, growing up, we were raised Baptist. And as I grew older, I figured out there were more hypocrites in the church. Like, I was forced to go to church every Sunday. Every Wednesday was Bible study. I mean, it was almost every day of the week. It was something. And when I grew up, I have to admit, it was I got defiant towards going to church and religion and all of that because I saw what people did in the church and outside the church. So as I grew older and also learning from you, son, is we are more spiritual beings. And it people still argue today, they want to argue, well, if you're not Catholic, you're not anything. And like I tell them, well, we all have to answer for ourselves. There's one God. That's just, my opinion. There's one God. I believe in God. I believe in Jesus. I believe in the Holy Spirit wholeheartedly. The Holy Spirit, true. And what I found out growing up, it's not really if you choose a religion or what religion. It all comes down to um what you feel, our feelings, and that's coming from what you manifest into yourself. Correct me if I'm wrong. um you can't sit up and tell me Catholics are the best, Protestants are the best. And I think that's why I got away from the word religion per se and adopted spirituality, because that defines me more than a religion. And people told me because I don't believe in a certain religion, I'm a devil worshiper. No, I believe in the devil just as much as I do in God and evil and good and all the world. But I chose to be a spiritual being. And I mean, if you read parts of the Bible, it it focuses on, depending on which one you read, more on spirituality. And I mean, even listening to songs that different religions make, it goes back to spirituality and not just a specific religion. You know, when you attend a certain church, mausoleum, what have you, they teach you that specific religion. Well, you know, when I was younger in grade school, I went to a Catholic church because, I mean, a Catholic school because that's what per se were the best schools. So, of course, going to a Catholic school, I adopted some of their prayers, which I catch myself still doing to a certain aspect, you know, Father, Son, Holy Spirit, but that's still in all other religions. Well, not all of them, but, you know, a lot of religions also. So I just wanted to pop up for a hot second just to kind of dwell on that.
Now, let me ask you a question because, like Pops, right?
Hmm.
Um, like it was different when he died going to church because Pops didn't preach; he taught the Bible.
Right.
So it was like you ever been to a church where you can ask the question? That's what my granddad he let you ask questions. He wanted you to know. But even after that, he got me into like the alphabet of Ben Sur and the different texts, and he showed me that the way he, um, like I said, he taught the Bible, so he didn't teach us literally. That's where I understood the spiritual aspect of the Bible from, and how he equated it to a soul. And this is just an instruction manual for the flesh, but also the soul. So that's where I learned duality from. That was the first time I was exposed to it.
Hmm.
Was through Pops, because he was saying the Bible is allegorical. So some of these stories are not literal; they're meant to teach you, and the teaching is not for the flesh; it's for the soul. So the
Hmm.
allegorical parts of the Bible is not meant to be read literal. It's meant to be read from a spiritual, metaphysical aspect.
Right.
Um, but even like what you were saying, um, it is when you and you know, but when you've been practicing something for so long, it becomes habits. So even saying the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, that's just a habit, but it's the emotion and attention that you have behind things.
Right.
Um, so that's why I say I don't knock nobody religion because if it's helping them or making them better people, then that's what it do. But we are spiritual beings having human experiences, so
Right.
that's why I always tell people: always feed your soul. You seen the difference within me. Um, I was just telling somebody earlier how you used to have to sedate me to calm me down.
Oh yeah, that is very true. Is I mean, and that's I could say with growth and understanding, you overcame that yourself pretty much. You know, with guidance from me, your dad, but ultimately it was you that overcame that. You know, like you say, like you always say, don't let somebody else control your feelings or control your reactions
Hmm.
because that's that person controlling you. And I have to be honest, um even be, even being the age that I am, just what a couple years ago I was ready to jump
Man,
on this man because, you know, he called me a name or, you know, was telling me come down here, I'll do it. Oh really? Okay, hold on, I'll be right there. And it was funny because it took you and your baby sister to calm me down and say, "Ma, you letting this man control your feelings." At that point, I didn't care. I just wanted to lay hands on him. Like, you ain't gonna call me out. Like, just because I'm a female. Like, don't think I can't get with you. And you know, he backed down a little bit. You know, and you guys came over, and you know, we resolved the situation. But all in all, and like you said, being in touch with your
when,
feelings and knowing your threshold, I did it at work the other day. I had to catch myself because one of the so called lead nurses felt like she can talk to me any kind of way. And before I knew it, out of my mouth, hold up, and I caught myself. And then she kind of backed down. She's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way." And I just politely told her, I'm a grown woman. I have kids older than you that don't talk to me like that. And I'll be danged if I'm going to let you talk to me like that. So now we have an understanding. I'm not just going to approach, this nurse in any kind of way. I'm going to approach her with respect. You got that right. You respect me, I respect you. So, I still have my moments and where my threshold is tapped into. But ultimately, I've learned to step back and think most of the time before I react. But depending on the situation. And I mean, to this day that being with your dad all these years, we still have our differences about religion. He gets upset because I tell him I'm not religious, I'm spiritual. Yes, I believe in God. I read the Bible. I do all of that. But ultimately, you're still condemning me because I tell you I'm not Baptist, I'm not Protestant, I'm not, whatever you want me to be. And like I tell them, we have to answer for ourselves. And that goes along with the crystals. He thinks because we believe in the power of crystals that that's the devil's work. Like we're practicing witchcraft or something. And, I keep telling, no, that's not it. It's more, of putting your power into the crystals and getting it back. And I have to honestly say, what I can prove this, I can justify it, let me say, in my um being an understanding is when I first started my new assignment. The first couple of days was like, oh my God, what's going on around here? So when it was a full moon, I charged my crystals. I brought them in, and I keep my obsidian on my right side to ward off. I keep my couple of the other ones, my clear quartz, and a couple other quartz, and to draw positiveness. And the last couple of days that I worked, it really helped. Like it's like I've been working this job forever, from chaos and turmoil to this big change. And I keep my crystals in my pocket. When I get home, I detoxify myself with my citron. But that's something I believe in. I believe it's helping me. And you have to believe in it in order for it to work, just like other things, in life.
It's the emotion you put behind it. That's what a belief is. I mean, um, if you don't believe in something, it'll never manifest. But even like that, dad don't debate me no more. I remember we had this big debate about Islam and Christianity.
Yes, I remember that.
He'll try to debate. Like, see, he don't even have those. I remember those conversations.
Yeah.
Uh, and like Uncle Stan, I mean, I'm saying everybody's name, but yeah, even they be, and I just show them like, look, it's cool as long as it's working for you, but um, I'm gonna take you through the book. I'm gonna take you through the history. I'm gonna take you through the. Uh, we'll look at this from all angles, and once we do that, then you will be disappointed. So let's not do that. Let's just use it because it's helping you and move forward.
Right.
Because if you want to talk fact, I mean, we can't talk fiction. Can't do it.
Right. It's all about facts, and like I say, everybody has to answer for themselves. And I'm still trying to get your dad out of that realm. Like
Now, he got to come out of
everybody
stuff.
can't. Yeah, he's like totally against it. He
And
literally hates when I say I'm not religious, and I'm like, think about it. It's spiritual. You're a spiritual being. And he don't
mhm.
know I'm a religious being. Okay, no, religion is a thing.
As a concept.
Spirituality is a concept. It's you're, even though you're religious, you're still spiritual. No, I'm not. I don't believe in all that stuff. No, okay. So I stopped trying to get them to see it from my perspective, and I just let it go. I can tell you, you practice, you know, what you feel works for you, what you feel, he's still up on. And I'm not knocking him for this. Like I said, we were all raised in the church. You were raised in the church. You remember me dragging you in the church. And
Mm-hmm.
I used to try to say, oh, Dorian, or the school ain't feeling well, and we're going to stay home from church today. Mommy pull out the castor oil. All right, let's go. Pack your bag. Because I'm not taking no castor oil. And not giving it to my baby. So, it's all about, like I said, feelings, beliefs, what you put into it, what you get out of it. Um, but I want to touch on briefly about Pops, because what you said, when you got older, what he taught you about the different aspects of religion, reading the Bible, getting an understanding, and looking at it in different ways. And that's one thing that deterred me away from church, all outside of all the money baskets they pass around, and who looks the best because they contribute to the $200 basket and not the 50. That's not something to me that should be a priority in church. And seeing him being a bishop, the lead of the church, being ousted from the church. How do you oust your bishop from the church? And what he was doing was helping the church, building different
Mm-hmm.
things to make the church better. And now you see where the church is now. It's non-existent. And that's, why I tell people, you don't go to church. No, I don't. I don't have to sit in a physical building. I mean, in the Bible, does it not say it's within you?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't say you got to sit up in church and listen to, this man preach. Because, like you say, I've listened to multiple different ministers over the years. You can take the same scripture, any scripture out of the Bible, and you can get 5, 20, 30 different interpretations from that one scripture by different ministers, bishops, popes, what have you. So it's like, when you read the Bible, that's why you ask God to give you the understanding of the reading of his word. That's your understanding, not what somebody else taught you or what somebody else believes this particular scripture says or means. And that's just my perspective, not putting that out to anybody else, but that's what I've come to learn over the years. And I mean, even with you obtaining knowledge about different religions, I think it's very interesting. I took a religious course in school when I was preparing for my master's, and it was very interesting. And what I learned from that is people take that because it's a lot of it's out of ignorance, and they stereotype. Like if I walked in and I said, um I'm Islamic. Oh, well, y'all do this. No, there's different types, there's different things.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't stereotype anybody from what religion they choose to practice. Like I said, with my patients, I treat everybody as an individual. If they have religious preferences, I try to honor that, just because a lot of them, that's what heals them. So if that's going to help me do my job, I allow them to do that. I might not stand there and pray with them, or, well, you know how I feel about holding hands and praying with different people. I don't want any kind of energy transferred to me. And, like I said, that's why I cleanse with my citrine, because I believe whatever negative feelings, emotions, vibes, whatever was thrown at me, especially working in a hospital with, a lot of ill people that I'm trying to help get better, I still believe those energies are transferred to me. And, a lot of them aren't good. And, people say, hold my hand. No, dap me up. A lot of times I won't even shake hands. I'll just acknowledge with a head shake. Thank you, whatever.
That's a
But
whole different conversation
oh
about
my God,
energy transfer.
it sure is.
Yeah,
It sure
because
is.
that's not even just emotional; it's physical too. And then being
Yeah.
in that environment, I used to wonder why I used to feel like when we was taking the patients to the back, and or like even when you got to do CPR, like do you? I used to feel heavy every time I finished doing a round of CPR,
Hmm.
like
Because
so.
you've absorbed different energies from people.
Yeah, that no, mm-mm.
Yeah. And I had a lady tell me at work the other day that she felt like every time she helped the patient to the bathroom, like it's like a patient had cancer. And
Mm-hmm.
she would just come out like, "Oh my God, I did this. I touched that patient. I don't want to get cancer." Okay, some people believe that cancer is transferable. Okay, hey, I'm not holding you back. And I just told her, get you a Citroen. Hey, sit it under the moon, let it charge, and cleanse with that when you get out of here. And she's like, "Oh, does that help?" I said, "You have to believe."
Yeah, I couldn't have been working around her because every time she touched the patient, I'd have been like, they got cancer just to pick with her. Not to wish nothing on nobody. Just to pick with her. But people like that, I mean, we used to have fun in the hospital. Remember in the hospital used to be fun? When he pranked that
Yes.
lady and she thought Batman was calling her.
But you have to do that because
Oh
any
man.
position in a hospital, not just the doctors, not just the nurses, anybody working in a hospital or even extended care facilities, any realm of healthcare
You
is
gotta have fun.
stressed.
Yeah.
So I still do little things like that just to make people laugh and de-stress a situation that could have been bad. And like I always tell you, older people feel that because they've been on this earth longer, not all of them, but they don't believe that the younger generation can teach them anything. And I tell them that's not true. It's not true. Like, again, we had a cold situation, and me, somebody go down in or out of the hospital, I'm helping. And they were watching me. This is only my second day at this hospital. They have this belief, feelings, whatever you want to call it, that travelers are not as good as the regular staff. And I don't toot my horn unless somebody says, after they see me do certain things or react certain ways, they'll say, "Jesus, how long you been a nurse? 33 plus years. Wow." And we were in a cold and I just jumped in. You know me. I don't know half of the doctors from the nurses, respiratory therapists, or anybody. I can pick out, the doctor that's running the show. So that's who I'm next to. I'm, pulling the drugs to help resuscitate this patient. And they sometimes they put a time limit on how long a cold can go. Okay, well, this guy was witness going down, so it's a good chance we can get him back. So I'm in there pulling meds, pulling epi. Okay, we need to do another epi now. Like uh, I'm pushing him along. Okay, we need to do bicarb. So everybody's watching me. I didn't realize it, but everybody's watching me. Like, how's she gonna coach the doctor on what to do? She's just a nurse. And then when I came out of everything was over, a few people asked me, they said, "Do you work ICU?" I said, "Yeah, I'm just taking a break from it." They was like, "Wow," because some of the things the doctor wasn't, knowing or acknowledging, you were like coaching him along. And it was like, "You probably saved that man's life." And I said, "No, we as a team saved that man's life. One person can't take credit for, you know, running the show or doing what have you. It takes a team, which from working, in the OR in a hospital. It takes a team. Because if you're going to individualize it and go in there and just do, okay, you're in a room by yourself. You're not going to tell me you can intubate this patient, do chest compressions, ventilate them, and call shots, pull meds. No, you cannot do that by yourself. But again, that's a whole another story. But I just wanted to touch on that religious thing, and because it's interesting from my standpoint to see people's from different that practice different religions, their beliefs and how they react to different situations, and that come up. It's very interesting.
And see, you know, the thing about religion is, uh, I just believe if people actually practice what they believe in, I just feel like they get more benefits through all of them. All of them have good aspects, and can actually help people if they practice it. That's why I mean, even the people who, like Marvelous Marv, like diehard Christian, but look how he benefits from it.
Right.
Um, you know what I'm saying? I mean, so I believe when people put things to action, I think they benefit from it. So it's when they don't fully have faith in it, and then they argue and try to force it upon you to make themselves feel better with it about it.
Exactly.
That's when I got a problem with. Because you're just trying to get me to agree with you, so you'll feel better about it because you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Like, that's
Right. It's not going to benefit you at all.
yeah. So I mean, just practice it, and then uh, through practicing it, you don't have to. You can just live your truth, you know. Uh, but that's what That's just what I think. That's just what I learned.
Right.
Um, but I don't think it's good enough to believe in anything. I think you need to know. I think it's better to know. I say it like that because belief leaves doubt. It's 50-50. This is something that I believe, but I'm not sure of, and that uncertainty leads to things like people getting upset and mad because you don't agree with them. So even that, I just think people just need to know instead of believe. Um, I mean, it's better to know that God exists than to believe, right? Because if you know, then there's no worries.
Right.
Like the whole concepts of God. Um, like Les said, he asked, "Why did I just speak um, upon a Christian?" Or, you know, that's because what most people associate or can relate to. But looking at all the other deities, if you go from ancient Kemet down to the Mayans, even if you look at the native, uh, all of them create and they destroy. Law
Mm-hmm.
of duality. They all have good aspects and bad. They all, but ultimately, like I said, they all the same. So um, it's not about believing in something that's known, and until you know, um, you just gonna have that doubt there.
Right. Like I say, growing up, being in the household, that's what you learn. But once you venture out from that household and start, dealing more with society and meeting new people, listening to, experiences from different people, what they do, and not just only religion, but culture. I mean, you can learn
Hmm.
so much. It's like, even being the age that I am, like I said, learning something new from you every day, it just inspires me. And you can't stay within your comfort zone. I've learned that with traveling. You have to get out of your comfort zone. Experience. I mean, because at 33 years of nursing, and I've worked in pretty much every area of nursing that you can think of, and but still, I'm still learning. It's a continuous, field that you learn in. You can never know everything. And I can say never, because you can never know everything, because the medical field is continuously evolving. What I just spotted a note in the chat. 22 Ronin. I just wanted to touch on that. I don't know if you can see it, but this individual said, I have a problem with not going to heaven if you can't read and
Oh
write.
no, don't 22. That's my boy. He a troll though. He just say crazy stuff.
No.
Yeah, he say stuff to
I
people.
was okay. I thought
Nah,
that was something
he
he
keep me
believed
sharp.
in. I'm like, nah,
Nah,
people
22
can't.
is actual. He actual Taoist. You know, he don't believe in the Bible anyway. He a
Okay.
Taoist. He don't believe in none of
Well,
that.
that's too funny that he put that up there. I thought
See,
he was
that's
kind
our
of serious. I'm like, oh,
nah. That's our
okay.
favorite neighborhood troll.
That is too cute.
Yeah, 20. He over in the Philippines right now, probably getting his hair scratched by a monkey. I got him on video
Uh-uh.
twice. Yeah, he was getting his head scratched by a monkey twice. So yeah, no, that's don't mind 22. I pay
Oh, that
attention
is
to
too
what he say
funny.
sometimes. No, that's my boy though. No,
Yeah,
that's my
keep
boy.
the chat
Now,
going.
if let's say something, then I have to look at it. Um, this is like one of my intellectual sparring partners on here. Uh-oh. Now, if it was anybody else, I wouldn't even let him up. But this is the man. This is the myth, the legend, and I don't want no eulogy. Everybody, please welcome Nate the Great.
Oh, okay.
Hello, Mama Word.
Hey, Nate the Great, how you doing?
I'm all right. Hello, baby bird over there in the corner. What's going
What up, brother?
on?
Les in the building? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you still got the good peoples in the building. My bad. I was running around for a little bit too, trying to clear my head. Um,
Okay.
no, because honestly, it was something that resonated to a degree, and honestly, it you mostly got to have patience in life. It doesn't matter what it is you're doing. Doesn't matter what you're practicing or what you believe in.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know, so because honestly, like I told somebody, I never really resonated with no religion at all. I just believe in being religious or believing in a higher power, which I've been doing. And
Hmm.
if anything, I could resonate with as far as somebody who's been, well, what's your religion? I'm from the tribe of Judah. I know that for a fact. I did my own research. So that part right there will never, hence why sometimes I'm so ghettoish, because apparently we are the ghetto. We not the mixed breeds or whatever, and we not the Jamaicans or the other tribes that they talk about. So at all costs, you just gotta keep your mental peace, even when you in a relationship or in a marriage. You have to have that mental peace, that mental balance, and you just gotta be willing to compromise specific things.
Right. That's so true. And I really feel where you coming from with that, because with me and my husband, we've been together since we were 14 years old. So we've grown together, gotten to know each other. So it's and we're very aware of each other's beliefs and things that have changed in us over the years. So that's why I said, I never argue religion with him. Never. And but trying to see him understand my standpoint, and I've come to terms with, he may never do that. I don't know if in the future he'll go, oh, that's what she's talking about. It's not satanic worshiping, or she's not trying to be a witch, or
My
anything
bad,
of,
bro.
of that sort. I give him that. I give him that. And just like my son, not to toot each other's horns, very knowledgeable men. Very. I mean, I can go to either one of them pretty much. Hey, what's this about? And they can tell me. If they don't know, they will research it for me. Because yes, I'm too lazy to read and research. I'll admit, I'm not as diligent in that area, as they are. But in relationships, you have to give. You can't always be the taker. You have to give, and I think that's why we survived together this long, because we understand each other. And like he'll tell you, each of us, we love each other to death, but we really can't stand each other. And we always joke about that. We say, I don't like you, I don't like you either, I haven't liked you since we was kids.
Oh
But
shit.
it's a little joke that we always throw around, but we have fun together, and I think that's what makes our marriage thrive is, we can joke, we can, laugh together, cry together, whatever. But we know where each other's boundaries are, not to cross them, or just sit down and talk about it.
Yeah, and that's a
Hey,
beautiful thing right there.
hey,
Sometimes
let's
you
show,
really get that.
hey,
Exactly.
let's show your face, bro.
I couldn't figure out what to do with the rice.
Is that hey Les? That's you back there?
Yeah, I had trouble getting in the chat, Nate. So don't let the laughs at me. He
Oh no,
said,
I
push
just
this button. Okay,
yeah, I just make sure I ain't
So,
get
but I
porn
got up.
on.
All right, is it muted? I can't hear him.
That was okay. He might be muted. Either that or his mic.
Can you
Sound
hear
like
me
it's his
now?
mic.
There you go.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now, brother.
Yeah, I can hear
Okay,
you.
okay, all right. How is everybody?
Doing good, doing good. What up, bro?
Yeah. Your mom is she's awesome, man. I wish my mom was here to soak this up. That's awesome.
Man, I cherish every second with my OG, man.
Yeah, she,
Like I said, even in my even in my let me ask you a question, man.
Hmm.
Uh, the first time you seen me with a bulletproof vest on, what did you think? Like,
Lord Jesus, Lord Jesus, exactly. Those were my exact words, and thought like, oh my God, okay, what is going on? Who's he trying to protect himself from? If he got into something in the streets that I don't know about, but we sat down and talked about it, and you gave me, an understanding of why you were wearing it. And I was like, okay,
because I think of that as a parent now, like, and then that's why a lot of the way I am now, that's what calmed me down because uh, just me being a parent, I look at it different, like the stress that I put you through with the things, just the way I was living. I'm just
right,
happy I'm here to change. Like you didn't have to. You ain't visit me behind bars or,
right.
I ain't in
And
the grave.
let me just correct you on that one thing there. Believe it or not, I have never felt quote unquote too stressed when it came to you when you were younger and things that you were doing. Because for some reason, I always knew at the end of the day, you were going to come home at night. And, if it was something too bad, you would discuss it with me, but not give me all the details, so I could say, just so you can hear Mama say, "Well, you know better," and yada yada. But all in all, I'm very proud of the young man that you've grown into. It and going through those things, I believe, helped you see a different side of yourself.
Yeah.
You never were a bad child. And I've seen some bad children in this world that I pray for. But you've never been that child. I always looked at you as the protector. You protected your sisters by whatever means. You made sure I was good. You always looked out for your dad. You made sure everybody was okay. And you never brought anything home. That's what I
Mm.
pride you most in. If you were doing something out there in the streets that you weren't supposed to be doing, I never had to worry about somebody knocking on my door or threatening to blow up the house or, anything like that. You kept it at bay, you know, even to the point with earning so much respect out there, especially growing up, in the city that I brought you to, and finished growing up in. It's bad, it's known to be bad. You say the name, and it's like, oh my God, I ain't going there. I still have sisters and brothers that won't come here because, oh my God, I ain't getting killed. I ain't going there. And I try to, it's not always about you being in an area. It's what you do, where you go, and who you deal with, amongst other things. I mean, look at us. We survived it.
Yeah, backwoods boy.
Yep, we survived it. So,
That's John Craig. I mean, just just thinking about it now, like, I mean, it's blessings because people around us feel, you know. um,
yeah.
But yeah, I was just thinking about that, like, damn, how my mama feel, like, just seeing me. Um, like I couldn't imagine saying my son, like, what the hell are you into, boy? Like, yeah, I was just thinking about that. But mom, I'm a different man now. I'm different.
Most
Uh,
definitely.
I grew up. I matured. Um, and that's why I try to talk to people now to try to, you know, steer
Right.
them
Reach
away from
reach
that.
out to the younger ones and try to steer them in the right direction. Let them know street life is not always the best life. For some people it works, but it's so many different things out there that can happen to you and what you do out there, but you can also control what you do out there. I can't say you can always control what happens to you because you don't have to be in the streets for bad things to happen. You could be anywhere, but just
Okay.
knowing and learning from experience, it helps. Like you get in a situation, okay, I'm not going to go there because mama, daddy, grandma, grandpa, auntie, uncle, somebody said if you're out there in that situation, walk away,
He's
Hmm.
also able to
live a
reach out
little
to some
younger.
older folks. I got to say that too. Not just
You breaking
reaching
up.
out to some older folks.
You chopping in and out, less.
Yeah, it's kind of breaking up.
You're right.
I know, Juju. It did. We talked earlier, but that's one of them things. As you get older, you just hope that you can, that your parents proud of you. And I'm blessed. I still got both of my parents here, and I can continue to try to do things to make them proud of me. You know, uh, I'm blessed. I recognize that. I don't take it for granted. That's why I continue to try to be the best version of myself because by doing that, um, it can get me to that goal. You know.
Right. Learning from experience.
Mhm.
But yeah,
Sometimes some people are gonna already have the blueprint. Sometimes some people are gonna have to literally find out the hard way sometimes just to really get the notion, which is true.
yep.
Like, but the one thing you got to remember is that is the beauty of everything. Everybody has a different walk of life. Some people might see the good side after it's all said and done. Some people will never see it. And the ones that never see it are the ones that pay the hard consequences. So
Is this a little better?
Yeah,
That's way
much
better.
better.
I just wanted to let her know that you're reaching out to some older folks also, not necessarily just the young folks, because I feel like I'm an old man. I don't know how old you are, but you know, I'm listening and learning too. So
I
that's good
appreciate
stuff.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man.
Les and Les has been the creator of my last 6 shorts.
I
Sending me
hear you,
them timestamps, bro. I appreciate you, brother. I
no
really
problem,
do
man.
appreciate that.
Mm.
Yeah, and that's what I say all the time. You can always learn something from somebody, young, old, same
Mm.
age, what have you. Always.
And
That's
I
living.
think
That's
that's
living.
and that's the important part. That learning is a continuing process that shouldn't be that should be pursued until you're not here no more. So
Right.
I think no matter how old I'm get, I'm always look for knowledge.
That's
It's
true.
that or
And
you're stuck in your ways, and who wants that,
Yeah,
I hear you. Yeah.
I
Nate, you
appreciate that.
okay there?
Yeah, my fault. I had to make sure my wash machine wasn't over flooded. My fault.
Hey Nate, Nate is like um, Nate is uh, he like the grand architect of this circle we in. I appreciate Nate. And he like not only is he the grand architect, Nate is an enforcer too. So I really
All right.
appreciate Nate. Um, yeah, Nate's great.
Nah, the love is appreciated back. Because again, ain't nobody have to rock with me on this journey.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier in the chat, I don't know if you guys saw it or not, but I see a lot of inspirational speakers, motivational speakers, what have you, that have a lot to teach, a lot of information to give, and that makes me proud of all of you guys. Just that's what, I pop in when I can, but I work nights, so I'm not always to be here, but I pop in when I can, to support my son and just listen to everybody's views on different things. And, it's my way of learning people, learning new things, and like I said, that's what I'm all about, learning.
Mm.
And just to say, a shout out to all of you guys are awesome.
Yeah, they are, and that's why I appreciate like these conversations when people chime in when they hit the panel because there's so many great minds, and I'm still always gonna put pressure on the women because we need to hear the women voices. That's my new slogan, and it's not even about being a feminist or nothing like that. It's just like I said, we men we come up here and talk all the time, but we still need a woman's perspective. Uh,
Yeah.
because we not women. We don't experience life like women, so we don't have the insight that women have. And a lot of times that be the missing key is the women's perspective,
On
understanding how the
different
women look
things,
at it.
right?
Yeah, and that be the missing key in solving a lot of things. You put the masculine and feminine together, then you got the answer. That's how you create, right? Think about that. If you want to create a solution, you create it like you create a baby. You take the masculine and the feminine, you put it together. There you go. Simple concept. I just made that up.
Hey,
That's not studied. I just made that up. That's how you solve problems. You get the masculine, the feminine. Uh, you got
Yeah,
the left
I
side
don't
and the
think
right side of the.
I don't think I've seen too many women on your panel. I know you had the one day for, the women to come up, and I don't know if you women are shy or what have you, but I
Juju
think it
not.
would be good
oh no.
to come up and, talk about your different experiences, feelings, just basically share, like my son said, your perspective, your knowledge. Whatever you have to give will be much appreciated.
Miss Tracy, how you doing? Yeah, Juju not shy. Juju not scared. Juju from Baltimore. So I love you wherever she at. I don't know if she's still in the chat. I think I seen she started a live. Um, yeah, but it'll be some women coming up here now. Miss Val come up here. Um, it is more women, but I'm gonna keep the pressure on them because, like I said, it's needed to hear. And the more women see, more women speak. The more women stand up and speak. You know,
Right.
and then this is the perfect circle because uh, the men respect women here. The men don't
Yes,
look down
that
on
I've
women here.
seen.
So this is the perfect platform for this platform, Nate's platform. The circle that we have. And then we got women, um, like Tay. Tay, she do something every Friday night. So there's women within the immediate circle. They host lives, and you know we come on and talk. Oh, somebody bad. Who's that?
Yeah, getting a lot of feedback from somebody.
What exactly are you hearing?
It sounds like some construction work or something. I don't know what it is.
Oh no, it's probably my wash machine wilding out again. But I
Oh,
do hear somebody else. No, but somebody might get his echo and it ain't mine. I know I got my tabs closed.
there you go.
No, I think they hearing it in the chat too. That's the washer. It's my fault. There's a lot of background noise. Hey, strength from within. What's up? Appreciate you. Yeah, Nate's washer is now being repossessed by the raccoon. So that's that noise.
Oh,
You keep talking and thing one and two might wake up and give you the exorcist. The diaper
Yo,
info treatment. Don't do it today. I keep telling you. You want a eulogy? I'm trying not to do this in front of your mama.
bro, nah, Nate got telepathy because he be making thing too. She got my chin hair. I had like it got like I had to wash it and shampoo it, bro. It was all thick. I'm like, bro, what was you eating? That Similac is different from breast milk. I'm
Ah,
telling you, it come out in chunks. I had it all in my chin.
oh.
Yeah, she got me. That's my baby though. It's like, how can you be? And then, like, when she do it, she laughs. She throw up on me. I'm looking in the mirror, and she just smiling, laughing. I'm looking like, how you gonna throw up and laugh?
She's feeling better. She's like, all right, I feel better now.
right. As soon as she got you wrapped around her little finger.
That's my baby. I love her to death. I mean,
Yeah, so do Nana.
and that's why I say with every curse is a gift too. 'Cause, you know, me losing my eyesight, I get to spend an abundance amount of time with my kids. So it is what it is. You know, if I had the choice, I wouldn't choose no different. You know,
Right.
Well, yeah, I do have telepathy. I told her to throw up and laugh at you. So it happens. Look, she might be throwing up on him now. Wait a minute. Wait for it.
Right.
No, but see, this is the thing though.
Uh-oh.
Got you.
No, is that what happened?
Oh
Woke up and
man.
got him.
Oh no. Oh man.
She woke up and got him. Look, it's over. Oh.
Nah.
I'm looking. My son woke up and crawled up on my wife, and now she looking at me like.
It's about that time. Like, no, but all in all, though, taking back to what I was saying earlier, though, the best balance a lot of times is just knowing that, regardless to what, um, you can make any type of change and any type of positivity come out of anything negative. Been taking negative my whole life to some degree, but I always had positive outlooks. Always had positive outreaches too. So some people just got to see the light. You know?
Right.
That it leads to positive outcomes. Yep.
Now I might curse like a sailor sometimes, but see, I am a positive person. That don't make me any less of a person either. 'Cause I done seen some people say and do worse. Actions speak louder than anything. So,
Right. That's very true. Practice what you preach.
oh no, I got no choice because, like, prime example, the other day I was trying to get somebody lined up with the security position like I'm doing, but yeah, apparently they was with the company already and got a red flag. So I was like, ugh, I didn't know that part.
Right.
I can't help
Perfect
you.
opportunity.
Yeah, but the sad part is the person that gave them a red flag ain't been in the last 3 years. I'm like, so what's the? I'm
So the
trying to
red
tell her
flag's
get the
still
little
up, ain't
fighter
it?
though. I'm trying to tell her she can go fight it though, because there's no way you're gonna tell me somebody that's not even working at that company no more still has something over you that you can't even go back.
Right.
And so even what you said, um, what you said, practice what you preach. Um, that's the only way you get benefits. Benefits out of what you're saying, right? If
Right.
you actually do it. And unfortunately, a lot of people don't do that no more. Um, they just don't practice what they preach. Uh, and I stopped trying to figure that out and just equate it to the individual because um, there's no benefit of hyping yourself up with words. It's better with the actions because eventually the actions gonna have to match the words you saying.
Right.
Ain't that how people get exposed?
Right.
So
And people, listening to you talk about different things and actually seeing you do what you talk about, it makes a difference. It makes a big difference because a lot of people look at it in negative ways. Oh, he's just saying that because blah blah blah. But when they see you act on it, it's like, oh wow, okay, I guess that's something he does do, and it's working for him. Maybe let me try it. I mean, you never know. You never know whose lives you're gonna touch. You never know what somebody's going through if they don't tell you. And like just doing this show, how many people's lives have you guys touched in the process?
yeah, like I said, I had a lady email me. She emailed me like a month, like 2 months ago. Like it was no, it was actually before the new year. But she was saying, appreciate my show and her son. She have her son listen to it. Well, a couple days ago, she emailed me. She emailed me almost every day, at least 3 times a week, um, telling me, how, helpful it was for her son. But I just learned that he had autism. I didn't know her son had autism. Um, and she said, the conversations are really helping because, his father is no longer here. Um, and she said, like, I guess my voice reminded him of his father's. So I thought that was dope. Um, and that's what I'm saying. So um, you never know when you just doing something with good intention. You never know how impactful it can be to other people. Just doing a good thing, doing the right thing, just being a good person in general. It helps people, and then um, you like I never wanted to be a role model. But now I feel it's necessary. I think that's the role of a man. Actually, I think men should hold themselves to a standard that they want young boys to look up to, because that's what's happening. The young generation looks at the older generation, um, and they just don't listen. They watch. So, I mean, how can me as a father, I'm not gonna come on here and do nothing that my son may look at 10 years from now, and be embarrassed or not be a good example of how he should um, interact with people. But that's the standard I hold myself to. Uh, just like me representing you. Um, like when I first started working in the hospital, I was like, I'm a representation of my mother.
Right.
She, came in here to put in work and build a reputation. And now when people see me, they gonna relate me to that. So I held myself to that standard. And a lot of things I bit my tongue and walked away because I realized that like, if I blow up and act niggerish, then that's still a reflection of you. I'm your child. Um, so sometimes you just look for things that's bigger than you,
Right.
and that helps. That can because sometimes we feel like the situation or the condition is bigger than us. But if we create or use a tool that can help you uh, get over those hurdles, uh, if that made sense, I don't know if that made sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. It, like I say, every individual has a different walk of life. Um, a path that you choose, goals you set, things of the sort. And I think, like, from listening, learning, experiencing helps that person along the way. But sometimes they get sidetracked. They have to step back. Like, you know, something may have happened in their life, lost a job, and they feel like their whole world is gone. And it just takes one person to say something encouraging or motivational to them for them to realize, right, it's like millions, trillions, billions of jobs out here that I can do. Yeah, you may have been, with that company for 20, 30 years and get terminated. Like, whoa, wait a minute, that was my life. You can't settle on one thing in your life that's a priority and that makes you who you are, where you feel like if you lose that, you're stuck. And I mean, I honestly, from my perspective, being a nurse for 33 years, if something happened and I lost my nursing license, God forbid, it would be a big impact on me. And having the strong bonds that I do with my family, and they would be the first people I go to talk about it and get encouragement from, and not just sit back and solemn, going to this real deep state of depression. But everybody doesn't have that kind of support system. Everybody doesn't have the mindset to keep going, and that's what even just the conversations you guys have here, that just knowing someone listening and knowing that, okay, your life's not over.
That's right.
Mhm.
That's good
You may
stuff.
not be able to do the things you've been doing over the past 30, 40 years, but there's something out, there's something you can do. There's something for everybody.
LSP, what up, those streets? What up, brother? Appreciate you, LSP, for coming through. Y'all show LSP some love.
Right.
But
And that,
yeah, you said what now?
oh no, I just completely different thing on feelings and motivation and to keep
When
going
when you coming
because
home?
Uh-oh.
I'll
Only
let
one
you know
got
in a couple weeks. I have to get my
Nah,
schedule. I'll let you
she
know.
just got a new car, so now she can come home. What are you like
Oh
2 hours
Lord,
away?
I'm 4 hours away.
4 hours? That's going
Yeah,
home home.
I know, but speaking on learning things and experiencing things, I just have to make you guys laugh because speaking of buying a new vehicle, my son will tell you I make a lot of money, but I'm the cheapest person I probably ever meet. I'm making 2, 3, 4 grand a week and still driving a 2006 Pontiac Grand Prix GT. That was my baby. It still is. But yeah, I had to go up and get a new vehicle and run out the sign truck. And this is on the learning new experiences and moving on. With traveling from Pennsylvania back to Dayton, we got pulled over. And me and my husband looking at each other like, okay, what's going on? My husband don't know how to speed, so I know he wasn't speeding. And he didn't make no turn, so he could not use a turn signal. Police officer comes up to my side of the window. I the woman. Roll the window down. What's going on, officer? Good evening. Yeah, he said, you guys just bought this vehicle? I'm looking at my husband like, yeah, how you know that? Oh,
Hmm.
because your lights aren't on. What do you mean? Like, lights are on. We can see what. No, you have to turn it to auto in order for your tail lights
Oh
to
shit.
come on. I was like, this is so embarrassing. He was laughing. He said, because you guys are Steelers fans, I will let you slide. Just turn that little button over there to auto and you're good to go. Then I was sitting there looking like, you gotta be kidding me. Like this is embarrassing. We gonna tell the kids and they gonna say, we gonna get y'all new vehicle for dummies or dummies driving a new vehicle for parents, something like that. I was like, oh my God. Well, yeah,
So
and see, that's sometimes you have to experience different things in life to learn. So now I know to keep it on auto. I still don't know completely know how to work it, but I'm learning.
let me ask you this: do the car got Wi-Fi in
You stop it. And that's another one of my technological ignorant things. Yes,
Oh
it
my
does
god.
have Wi-Fi.
Okay, Wi-Fi. It ain't got the Wi-Fi. It got the Wi-Fi.
Oh,
But you got to give me credit. That's when it first came out, or we first started learning about it. Well, me maybe, not
That's
y'all,
when
but
you first started learning.
well, I still
what? Y'all
call
don't call
Under
it we
Armour
feed?
outer, but
What are you talking
I
about?
like what that do?
I thought it was
Yeah,
we
that
feed.
that was funny.
Oh man.
I don't know.
No, I remember going
Yeah.
in the subway and asking for the Wheater
Oh
bread.
goodness.
But that's what life is. Life, you supposed to have fun with it. And a lot of times we forget to do that. That's why I appreciate everybody who come up on the panel because we can be having like deep intellectual conversations, especially
Right.
with Papa Will. Me and Papa Will be 1 minute we'll be having deep intellectual conversations, and then he'd just bust out with a crap game story like bam. That's why I appreciate everybody who come through and rock with me.
Yeah. And
Because
I'm gonna
like I
try to pop in more. Like I said, from work at night, it's kind of hard, to pop in at work. But I mean, it's so many different topics. I would like you to discuss. Most from for me to learn, um, and but also to help the population here learn, different things on life, different ways to cope, different, things that will help and encourage people.
I'm
Help
trying
it.
to
Oh, go ahead.
I'm trying to get your daughter on here so we can go more into. But I don't know with the way she licensed, is certain topics that as a professional she can't touch on because people can come after her license.
Right.
So she can't. I mean, she ain't gonna come on here and do no diagnosis, but like I think like we be talking a lot about school. Um, so I think that'll be I'm trying to get her to come on here, but I'll be going on late. She be having to get up. But
Yeah.
and then I
Probably
gotta get
the weekend is the best time to
when
catch her.
when is Jordan's camp? I was trying to get Jordan on here too.
I want to
Um,
say
I might just
June.
wait. I might just go to the camp this year and
Yeah, I think it's
get
June
him.
11th. I'll let you know for sure.
All right, I think I might just because you know what? I think I might go down there because then I can talk to Aunt Vet and Uncle Stan and get them on the
Yeah.
podcast too. So we'll
And
make that trip.
that's a good
You
thing
might have to
because
drive though,
oh,
because
I
I got the
got you.
babies. I'm saying because I got the babies, so we're gonna have to take 2 cars.
I
But
got you on the driving.
yeah, Tales in the Dark. Appreciate you. Yeah, I'm. My, it'll be dope. When the last time you talked to Ty?
Oh, it's been years. I haven't seen him.
What about
Haven't.
uh yeah, I'll try to get in touch with Ty. I tell Dad seen him a couple years ago when he went down
No, you know what? I can get in touch with Kathy, and she can get in touch with him.
there. Yeah, just something to give me like 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, and that that would be good because that would be encouraging for young folks.
Yeah,
Feeling like they're stuck. Oh, I will never be that, or I can never achieve that. Yes, you can. It,
yeah, cause
it's it's all about perseverance, dedication, mindset. Setting goals and just doing.
And I know Ty come on here. I'll tell Aunt Kathy to not get him on here because I mean Ty. I don't know if he gonna tell his whole story, but being an
Yeah.
NFL Hall of Famer, three-time Super Bowl champion, that's crazy. How him, Darrell, and Jordan won the Super Bowl with Tom Brady.
Right.
That's
That is.
crazy.
That's a lot.
That's crazy. But yeah, I want to get them on because I mean, not even for the sports aspect, but just coming from that small town and making it
Hmm.
to the level he had, I think that's inspirational, and I think that's dope.
Right. Their
And
experiences
Ty
and how
don't,
they overcame them.
and Ty never he don't really do interviews or talk much. He in the
No,
dark.
he don't. Right. He's not one of those flamboyant people that
Yeah,
want to pat his shoulder all the time.
yeah.
But I'm sure he'll give you a podcast. Mainly Jordan before the new season start. I know these people have no idea who we talking about. Long and short,
Uh,
these are relatives of ours that have played and are still playing in the NFL. Like you said, coming from a small town, which well, being a small town, I think we get a lot of publicity.
yeah,
It's out there. That we create a lot of good football players, and
Mike did too.
and yeah, thank God for um the coaches, the facility, even the town backing everybody, backing these people to let them know you can achieve goals that you set for your life. If you say, I want to be an NFL player, I mean, well, I'm too old for that, but just like you said, reaching out to the younger people, you can you can help build them up, and they may come back one day and say, wow, you know what? I listened to your show, and guess what I'm doing? All right, send me a free jersey. Right. But also, I and this is just coming from my nursing thing. Being young, and not just the men of color, I see it happening to men, women, all ages, all different races, a lot of things. With healthcare, it bothers me that, people are afraid to get healthcare and they're dying much too young.
Hmm.
Like take your god uncle, as I call him, well, your uncle, passing away at the age of 54 from heart disease, which, yeah, okay, he was taking his blood pressure medication, but, in the place that he was prior to that, they didn't provide proper health care. That could have saved his life. Knowing, okay, I need to go to the doctor, I need to get this test on, I need to know what my quote unquote numbers are. And that's for a lot of people, but it really affects men of color. It really does. And like I said, I think it's because lack of health care. A lot of us are afraid to go to doctors. I'm one of the biggest critic. I tell my doctor, I don't need to see you every 6 months. I'm fine. But I go anyway because I get lab work. Something might pop up that I'm not feeling. We don't. Our bodies has a mind of their own. They do what they want to do. So, there's certain things that we must go through to see the doctor and, make sure we're healthy or whatever. And pray that they know what they're talking about. Sorry, nursing sign.
No,
No,
but you know what? Sometimes you know what the problem is. Sometimes some people really can't afford it. I mean,
That
you got some who
exactly.
are lucky to get health insurance. Then you got those who, even if they do get health insurance, they still got to pay for a whole bunch of co-pays. Then
Right.
sometimes they ain't got the proper money because you got to think about it. If I'm in a city where I gotta, like I could say New York is a prime example. Oh,
Hmm.
I'm in a city where even though we got a whole bunch of different health providers, some of them health some of them health plans don't really benefit because it only does one, or it either does one does either dental or one only
Hmm.
does doctor visits. You might have one or two programs that does both. The one I got does both.
Hmm.
But it depends because some people might be able to. You might get some people who can get the free healthcare, whatever, but then again, that's a catch-22
Right.
because if I get something good as far as like I can say health plus, I'm not going to be able to. I can maybe get doctor's visits and so on and so forth, but I ain't going to be able to get no dental work done. I'll have to get a whole nother one. So that, that's what I'm saying.
To
That
have it
plays a part
covered.
too.
Right. And that's on the subject. Like I've done a lot of research on uh access to health care and all of that. And it'll shock you. A lot of people of color have access, and a lot of them are misdiagnosed because of stereotyping. You can, okay, yes, there's, things that prove men of color, Hispanics are two of the top groups with heart disease, high blood pressure, high cholesterol. They don't even know it because they don't have access to health care or they can't afford health care. And they've come out on the slide, trying to develop systems to give them, access to it. Okay, once they access it, there's still a lot of bias in
Yeah,
healthcare because, like I said, you come in there. Oh, I messed up my shoulder, and oh well, you ain't in that much pain. You're a man of color, you can take it. But let someone that's not a color walk in there. They want to prescribe everything in the world, but they think people of color are pain seeking and all of that. So there's a lot of hurdles that we have to get over. And like you said, the copay is one of the biggest ones because I argue with my insurance company all the time and they looking at me like, well, you can afford to pay it. That's not the issue here.
Right.
Why do you keep going up on my copay? Why am I,
exactly.
get an MRI? I got to pay $1,000 out of pocket. So you know what? The next time, if I don't feel I need an MRI, I'm not going to get it done.
And that's what
Not to
happens.
change the subject, but I just want to kind of go back to something you had said about our bodies having a mind of their own.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Hmm.
well, a lot of people will say, I have a body, but for me, I feel like I am my body. I am a body. You know what I mean? I don't know
Mm-hmm.
how that just that thought changes the way your body reacts, but it seems to, you know.
Right. It was pretty much the wording. And I
Hmm.
apologize for that.
No, no, I
Oh
like
no, no, no.
Because
He said
they
about
always
it.
say mind over matter.
Uh,
There's different groups and yet feel they can heal their body just
uh,
by instituting into their mind, what's going to happen and what not's going to happen. And like I said, that goes back to beliefs, values, things you've learned growing up, things you've experienced growing up.
mhm.
Um, but it's
How
all
you-
all
Do you do you
oh, go
feel
ahead.
separate from your body, or do you feel that, hey, I am my body? I mean, like I
Oh
do,
no,
or
I feel very much so. I am my body,
I
and
mean, too.
I'm
Me
not
too.
going to say I have total control over
No,
what happens to my body, but I feel my body is my temple. I try to do whatever I can to protect it.
gotcha.
Well, I'm guilty. I'm sorry because I just lied. I'm a
I mean,
smoker.
everybody.
Yeah, I'm a smoker,
Uh,
so I know
I
every
can
time I
say I'm
light up
not
that
one too.
cigarette that I'm doing damage to my body.
Yeah,
But and I could
breathing
say
air
in
do
my
that too.
mind, okay, I'm not gonna get cancer. I'm not gonna let that into my body. Okay, that's my mind. Me and my mind using my mind to try to control what happens in my body. Being one thing individual.
mm,
And that a lot of that has to do with your connection to your body,
right.
using your mind, looking at it as something that, needs protected. Like I could sit up here all day and tell you about bad habits. People think, oh, she's a nurse. Why she smoke? we're all human beings. I
That's why.
do
That's
bad
like,
things to my body just like the next person. Yes, I'm trying to stop smoking. I know I need to work out. My son get on me all the time, but and I know within my mind I need to do or stop doing these things because I want to live a long life. I want to see my grandkids' children, you know, things like that. So yeah, I have a lot to work on. I'm sure just as the next person, things we do and don't do. But
Um,
oh, go
oh,
ahead.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interject. I was going to say, on a strong notion though, um, I'm gonna be honest. We don't know how that divine book is created upstairs. Some of us might be here for long seasons. Some might not. I could be honest with you. My boy, even though both of his parents died like a year apart from each other, but
Uh
his father made it to what, almost 90 years old, if I ain't mistaken.
mm,
And
wow,
this
that's
man,
blessing.
listen, this man, when I tell you, every day, coffee, cigarette, everything else, skinnier than a toothpick, and that was my man right there, because he was the first person that ever told me, he was like, "Boy, I see something in you." He said, "But you got to calm down sometimes." But he was like, but he told me that straight up. But I used to always be like, "Yo, my man," I said, "Yo," I said, "It's the only person I know that." Well, literally, and it's not like he was smoke. I don't even think he would smoke like the whole pack. He
hmm
probably like smoke a couple out the day, but even still, and even when he wasn't supposed to be smoking, he still was cutting. I was like, God is definitely blessing him, because if doctor told me I gotta stop smoking, knowing that I could possibly kill myself, and I'm still smoking and still drinking my coffee and I'm still good,
Right.
that means you still got time to be here and do what you need to do.
so
So,
Right.
Nate, why
sometimes
haven't you?
it's all about
Uh,
moderation.
there you go. Why haven't you taken that man's advice?
Right.
Slow down, calm down.
I did take his advice. I could
Okay,
have been,
all right.
again, I wouldn't even be here to tell the story.
I see. All right.
That was one of the
Right.
OGs in the hood that he would take everybody, kid, like, "Yo, you think it's a game? Come here, boy. Let me holler at you." Like, but he was because he was really like he was really like a devout. He was into his religion, so he wasn't playing that. And he was really from the South, so
Mm,
that man that man probably had over 20 kids. But
Wow.
mhm.
like I was saying, like he made it to that grand age. He probably would have lived a little bit longer. But what happened was, I think before this pandemic started, excuse me, and this is just my view and opinion. When this started, um, he had caught sick, and then then after that, that's when we like found out what was what. I was like, "Oh, get the hell out of here." But nah, may you rest in peace. But that man had a good soul, but he'd tell you straight up sometimes. And don't get it twisted, he'd curse here and there, but
Mm.
you had to really had he be up under his skin, or you did something because he used to scorch them kids. He used to scorch them, but it was a good scorching.
Right. And
See, like,
that's why I say everybody's body is different. But that's just my feeling because of things I want to achieve in life, things I want to see, and what I tell myself: you need to quit smoking, you need to work out more, you need to get. Well, I can't say I'm not healthy. I am to a certain extent, but um I mean, take George Burns, smoked a cigarette every day of his life when he was from a
Sure.
certain age, lived to be over 100 too. So it's and then that also goes back to my spiritual belief, and everybody's days are numbered. You could be the healthiest person alive, work out every day, eat nutritious food, don't smoke, don't drink, don't do this and that and other, and drop at the age of 30.
yeah, that's why I told somebody. I said, it's with me, I believe it as far as like, you know, that's why I stated what I stated, because it's like I knew some people that was healthy and was gone before a certain age, and you'd be like, nah, it's no way. And you be like, when you hear just natural causes, you be like, okay, so what's the natural cause? Because this person was doing what they were supposed to be doing. There's no way they should have. Prime example, should be no way you should be passing out or dying if
Right.
you performing music, right? Like we just had that situation with one of the rappers. I think he was epileptic. Now we know you ain't supposed to be around no bright lights and none of that stuff too.
Right.
That could probably mess around, and I think he passed. I think he passed away only because he fell off that stage kind of hard. You don't even know if he bit his tongue or none of that. It's just that part right there too. It's a lot of different. It's a lot of different elements. 'Cause everybody's body is different. You know,
Right. Yep. That's true.
you got some
Yeah.
people who you know for a fact should not even made it past a certain age, but they made it. Like you know how they always try to tell you she might not make it past 6, or he might not make it past this, and here it
Right.
is,
And
20
they're
years, 30
still
years later.
here.
Yeah,
Right.
a lot of times that just be the demand upstairs, man. Sometimes it just ain't your time to go.
I
Yep.
mean, I
That's
told
true.
myself a long time ago I wouldn't make it this far for sure. Never. Not even half of this. Here it is, you know. Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, and that is truth though. We know, yes, we do all have an end date. I'm not saying that we don't, but we don't know when that day could be. So
Yep.
until that day, you're supposed to just try to live every day accordingly and do what you feel is the best thing to do.
Yep. And that's true. Like Papa Will said, we all have an end date. Regardless of what you do. It a lot of times it's not under your control. What you do with your body, what you don't do, you still have an end date.
Yeah, I was definitely stern on that because one day somebody was trying to like question, and I was sitting there, bro. I said, man, listen. Only thing I tell you is that I don't do that of asking the higher power why, because I always felt he don't make no mistakes, and if it was just it was daytime to go, daytime to go. Because prime example, I lost one of my friends a couple years ago, and the thing that threw me off was literally just talked to me the day before, talking about myself, yo, bro, when you got the weekend off, we got to get up, son. It's been a minute. I'm like, yeah, bro, no doubt. The next thing I hear, his sister's calling me like, yo, he passed. I'm like, what? I'm like,
Right.
nah, you bugging. And then come to find out, he was complaining about something in his chest. But then the funny part was the night before he had just came from the hospital, and they were saying, everything seemed normal, whatever, whatever. But he said if it was anything else happening, just to come back, and he
Mm-hmm.
didn't even get a chance to go back.
Right. I've seen that happen a lot too. And like I was saying, misdiagnosis, and I see it a lot. Not just with people of color, but it is a higher prevalence in people of color. Like I said, because of stereotyping. And a lot it's like somebody in the comments said, about insurance. Okay, well, I'm not going to schedule this test or this test because of your insurance. They may not say it out loud, but trust me, there's politics in the background. I've seen it all too often.
No,
I've
you're
I've
right. Yeah.
argued it too often.
Hmm.
Like, knowing, okay, this patient came in with chest pain. He's only 35 years old. Okay, you think because he's only 35, he can't have problems with his heart, lungs, or whatever. Okay, you need to do this test. A
Yeah,
lot of times argued it. I argued it. And
yeah,
it's the doctors, it's the nurses, and it's politics. You see something, a lot of times I've seen, okay, well, every patient is different, but I've seen this before. You need to do this test. Do the test. Oh, wow, you're right. Yeah, let's say we're all supposed to be about saving lives,
How many times has that happened?
but the political aspect of healthcare and all of that, stereotyping. I mean, it's so many factors involved in it. And unfortunately, the person that's experienced it that's their downfall. It's like you said about your friend. I can't tell you how many times I've seen that and how many times I've experienced it on a personal level with people going in young, chest pain. They everything's okay. Your lab works fine. They did an EKG, didn't pick up nothing on that, or maybe they interpreted it wrong. Next day, you hear and they passed away. Like, hold on, wait a minute.
yeah. And that's what threw me off because you know the most my boy did was I ain't gonna lie, he was a heavy bud smoker. So when he was complaining about something with his chest, I'm just like, bro, I said I don't know. I said, but you don't have asthma, so I said I don't know. Maybe it's something underlying. I said, but I said, push come to shove, you get one of those again. Go see what's going on. And then like he had that pain. Well, I think he was at his sister's house when it happened. He literally went to go lay down because he was like, nah. He was like, I'm gonna just take this, whatever, and I'm gonna go lay down. He said, if I'm still feeling this way, I'm going back. And he ain't get up. And I was just like,
Wow.
well, damn. Like, and he wasn't even 35 years old. Like, me and him wasn't that far apart in age. Like, that was almost like an older bro to me. That was like a brother I didn't have. I got brothers, don't get it twisted, but that was like an older brother I never had. So
Hmm.
I was like, damn. Like goes to
Yeah.
show you, like, it doesn't matter. When it's time to go, it's time to go.
Yep.
And the only thing you can do is try to do the best you can and try to live the best way you can.
Yeah, and that's who was I think Street in Scotland said, "Live life to the fullest and be grateful," and that's true because you never know when your day is coming. So enjoy people in your life and get the best out of it that you can. So when you do go, at least or feel or whatever happens when you leave this your soul leaves your body and leaves it behind. Okay, hey, I did pretty much everything that I wanted to do in life, so I'm good. I'm good,
Yeah.
and I'm guilty of that too. But my son will tell you, I'm not one of those people that even though I'm actually very conservative and cheap. And that's they say, why are you driving that car? Because I like my car. I don't want a car. No, I like my car. Leave me alone. Well, old Skeeter decided to go out. So, okay, now I got to get a new car. And I'm arguing with the people at the dealership. I don't need a car that costs that much. You put me in a little Kia or some scooter and I'll be straight. Oh, no, we had to get a big truck. But I try to live life to the fullest, and I'm not very hard to please. My kids will tell you what you want for Christmas, what you want for birthday, doesn't matter. Whatever I get, I appreciate it, and
Yeah.
that's just how I am.
See,
You
but
know,
that's not being cheap when you said that's not being cheap. Sometimes that's just being practical because prime example, if
Thrifty.
even if I came into money, right? You think
hmm
I would be spending all my money on cars and houses and all that? Don't get me wrong. It sound good unless you on some real estate type stuff, but no, just got to be practical. We always know when it comes to even when it comes down, if you want to build a family, you need at least two cars. You need at least one minivan and one regular car that y'all could maneuver with, and just a house. And
right.
then whatever comes with it, you do what you do, but live accordingly. See, like, you did something smart. You held it down with that car. You held it down like
Right.
I ain't letting it go.
Yeah, and that like you said, is not about being cheap, but I am cheap. I'll tell you. But the things I want, I get. My husband to tell you, I'm the Amazon queen. He's like, what you got delivered here now? Leave it alone. Just put it in my room. Put it in the room. Leave it alone. Don't worry about it. But I think more of others, or I think it just comes down to seeing other people happy. Mainly my family, and I could say even people at work. I had a nurse. Oh, I haven't eaten in a couple of days. I've been working, sleeping, ain't time to cook, and she's starving.
Mm.
Okay, here, eat my lunch. And then later on, I'm talking about it like, wait a minute,
Now
that could
you're
have
hungry.
just been a little thing she threw in to get my lunch.
Uh,
But hey, I give from my heart. Whatever your mode behind it is, whatever made you say or do that, knowing I will give people my last, especially if you're starving. I'm straight. I ate this morning. I can eat when I get home. That's just me. My kids will tell you that all the time. That's how I was raised. My mom, we come home from school, there's 6 or 7 kids with me. Everybody ate. Mom would wait till the last person ate, whatever was left, she ate. And that's how I was. My kids, oh my God, I walk in a store somewhere. Hey, mama, who are you? Oh, that's a friend. I ain't seen you in about 10 years. How you recognize me? And it's just, I like to see people happy. But, don't get me wrong. Don't get it twisted. I do and make sure I'm okay first. Outside of when it comes to my kids and grandkids,
What is
they
that?
call me, I need a couple grand. There you go, boom. Whatever I needed it for, I can get it
What is
again.
that? My bad. If you woke up.
Oh no, we got 2 words up here plus mama word. I'm out of here.
What really? Oh, there, look at
I think the word done fell asleep on us.
that.
Nah,
Were you?
thing one or thing two probably got him.
I see that. That is too funny.
Yeah, nah, I sat here and I'm glad that I did meet a lot of people. And your son is one of them because I ain't gonna lie, he could have went on his own separate path, but it's good to see that everybody is building in some sort of accord. And
Right.
apparently, I'm the glue of this thing. I don't know why. I was really a pork chop sandwich, but it is what it is. But it
That's
is
what.
good
That's
to
why
see
right
good
there.
people.
That's why right there.
Yeah, they in the chat talking about seafood. Lord Jesus, that's my thing. I
Yeah,
love
seafood
seafood.
ball. My stomach hurt.
Is Tay in the chat talking about seafood?
Yeah, yeah. Somebody making crawfish. Oh my God, I haven't crawfish in a long time.
No, no.
Wait, what I do now, Papa Will? What I do now, Papa Will? Wait, go-
I think your grandson want to come down there with you for a couple of weeks.
Now you're trying to get rid of baby word. Look at you. Look at you.
Hey, he on the scene.
Matter of fact, you take your daughter-in-law because the kids come with her.
He said,
I stay here
"Oh,
with the dog.
Daddy's still up."
Mama on here. She said,
Oh, wait. I want to let everybody know I am not a leader. I am a Martian. Let's get this right. I had to hit it with the Lil Wayne real quick.
Is that what that was? I know I've heard that before.
Nah, that was off of one of Lil Wayne's songs. He's like, we are not the same. I am a Martian. Like, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna use that one day. I say I'm gonna use it one day when it's needed. But see, your son met some good people, and everybody's building accordingly. And again, there are some good people around here. Period. So
Yes, I see that. I caught one of your shows a couple weeks ago. Like I said, I don't I only come on YouTube to come,
yeah.
in this chat when I'm not working. But yeah, I managed to catch one of your shows a couple weeks ago. It's pretty good. So I try to listen in when I can.
I know, and you have to forgive me for my vulgar language, but when I'm being real about it, I'm being real about it.
Oh
Mama told me
yeah.
never to
Oh yeah.
sugarcoat nothing. And don't get it twisted. My mom's was the calmest person. You barely heard cursing out of her mouth unless she was mad. Me,
Yeah.
you gonna get all of it. You gonna get all of it.
That's another thing my husband get on me about. It's like, why do you have to cuss all the time? Well,
Yeah.
I cuss when I feel like it. I'm professional, I'm cordial, but it's just sometimes I feel like cussing, which is quite a bit. But I always get on my kids. Don't you say no cussing word around me. And still to this day, like my son always say, my mama on here always say a cussing word. It's all good. You all good on here. I know it's no disrespect to Nobody on here is disrespecting me or anybody else by cursing. I'm just trying to put out there what I teach my son. So you'll hear me say very few cuss words. Catch me in real life, Lord Jesus. You would have swore I was a sailor. It's like, was
Wait,
she the Navy? Because Lord Jesus knows she can cuss. I even cuss so bad, I make up my own cussing words. Kids be looking at me like, what? What you say? What is that? Look, that's one of my words, like Wi-Fi. Leave me alone.
I think Wi-Fi was discovered by everybody. That he's like, "What's Wi-Fi?" Like, that's
They
why.
still tease me to this day. Still tease me to this day about that. I didn't know. I just saw WIFI, and my mama being from the South, it looked like Wi-Fi to me.
Products. I'm
Yeah,
down here
man.
stuck on products. Like what? Products. Vaginal?
And one of the best ones that came from my mom. Oh my God, and I'll never forget it to this day. And I
Focus,
guarantee
focus.
you, nobody will know what she was saying when she
Oh
said
my God.
enzyme.
But you
Enzyme.
said
Oh,
Now, who knows
oh.
enzyme? What enzyme
enzyme.
mean?
What? Try it again. I want to try to get it.
she
Seriously.
she she would say enzyme, like somebody's got enzyme. And I was a nurse. I've been a nurse for probably 20 years. What the heck is enzyme? I went to Google, couldn't find it. So
Oh
I
shoot.
said, "Mom, what is enzyme? What you mean? What is enzyme? Your aunt had it. Okay, but is that some kind of new disease I don't know about? No,
Oh, shoot.
she was losing her mind. Oh, you mean Alzheimer's? Oh, what the
Oh
hell you
shoot.
get enzyme out of Alzheimer's?
Uh,
Yeah.
just because I can see how she got it. She had that spelling thing. It was just look at that. That's
It
enzyme.
it
I, s-
What?
it's a southern
Dyslexic?
thing. Lord Jesus, my
I was
mom
gonna
make
say
up so many words. You be looking like, okay, I can see
No.
like Wi-Fi. I got that. I was pronouncing all the consonants, all the vowels. I just didn't have the long I. I used it as a short one. It was Wi-Fi. Just
Nothing
like
wrong with
Under
that.
Armour, my son will tell you he loves Under Armour. When it first came out, I was saying outer box. He was like, outer box? That's for a phone. No, those are gym shoes. Huh? Yeah. And it's
what?
like, Ma, it's Under Armour. Okay, well, whatever. And I still say outer box, but he'll know what I'm talking about when I say it again.
Let me get them out of body shoes, man.
No, I think
I'm done.
the funniest one with grandma was like, I want to go drop this stuff off at the Hocus Pocus. I'm like, what is the Hocus Pocus? She talk about the
Yeah, that was
Focus Hope.
another one of her things. And even when we corrected her, she still said it. But then after a couple, we knew what she was talking about. Lord
She
Jesus.
dropped, she wanted to drop some food off at the Hocus Pocus. Oh man, I was so bad. Like grandma, I mean, like that's the things that we miss is the OGs, the elders. And
Yeah.
like after her generation, it all changed. Like people don't respect elders no more. People they don't appreciate them.
No. And
Like,
I see that so much happening today. So
And
much
that's why
happening.
I had to give that eulogy services the 2 for 1 earlier today. I won't be tolerating no disrespect to anybody, especially people like Papa Will and them that always be on my panel. I don't be playing that with nobody. Sorry. And I think his son got PTSD again. I ain't mean for it to happen. So my
yeah, dude.
apologies, good sir.
Yeah, dude. At first I was like, oh, this is cool. Then I was like, okay, it's getting hotter. It's getting hotter. Like, okay, hell is there. Hell
Right.
is now on Earth. Nathan's brought hell to Earth, and it's scorching 2 people. Hell came to Earth for 2 people only. Like, okay.
Oh, and Nate, I think you were the one that said your mom passed like 20 some years ago.
My mom's will be gone. Shit. I'm gonna be honest with you. Excuse me for saying it like that. My mom's will be gone 11 years come September 4th.
Okay,
And
so you were the
my,
September and the 4th of July one. But like I was saying, it used to irritate me, and I felt bad because when my mom passed, and I'm the baby of the family, all
Yeah.
my sisters and brothers have kids my age or older. So I'm really the baby of the family, but I was always the go to person. I was always the one that had to do everything. And I never got a chance to grieve until maybe a couple years after she passed. And, like I was saying, I told my sisters and brothers every year, don't call me on the day she passed crying. But I realize everybody grieves differently. Some people never get out of the grieving cycle. And I'm trying my best to help them with that. Like I said, my mom was a poem writer. She used to recite poems in church about different things. People loved her. And it hit me hard because she totally died unexpectedly. Even though she was 83, she was playing jump rope with the kids the day before. So when she passed, it sent me into some state of mind I can't even tell you. I don't even remember anything about making funeral arrangements. Thank God for my husband. He took care of that. Because you can ask me to this day, well, what was in the casket? I have no clue. I always have no clue. I don't remember, like I said, sitting with the funeral director, getting the casket. I just knew about the light blue. Remember that everything had to be light blue and white because those were her favorite colors. And, but my sisters and brothers, like, I couldn't grieve because they didn't know how to grieve. So I was helping them for 2 years, and still to this day. Mom was a writer. I write poems, and I'm talking to her through my poems. And that helps me. Now, I'm not going to say I don't shed a tear while I'm doing it, because Lord Jesus knows the paper be wet when I get done. But I feel that she's still with me, because certain things I do, I can hear her say, if you don't get that off that counter, or that don't go to where, it's like she still speaks to me. And that helped me a lot, you know sitting up boo-hooing and doing all that. It's really helped me a lot, because even though she's not here physically, she's still here with me spiritually, and I know that. I feel
Mhm.
it all the time through my dreams and whatever, especially when I'm writing. But my siblings, they're still stuck in the beginning phases of the grieving. I think they gotten through denial.
Mm.
Got their acceptance. They're still stuck in the angry phase, and different things. And I realize when they call me on November the 2nd, they just want to cry on the phone. Okay, well, I'm not going to sit up here and hear you cry on the phone. So I'm going to tell you what I did today to celebrate mommy's life. Is I try things like that. And I think they're still stuck though. In certain parts. I think I've gone through the grieving phase now. That's why I can do things that I know she liked. And I'll be honest, it took me 2 years, 3 years after she passed. I'm at work,
Mm.
and my coworker was with me, and they always sell popcorn. My mom loved popcorn. So I got a bag for me. I got a bag, I said, oh, let me get this. And I take it to my mom. She loves popcorn. And she started staring at me, and I'm looking at her like, what? And she's, Tina, you're going to be okay. Yeah. She said, you can't take the popcorn to your mom. Like, oh, I can't, can I? Okay, so what I did, I sat it on a little altar that I have for her, and left it there until it got stale and the birds start eating it, and whatever else. But it takes time, and everybody's different, so I don't really push on them or force them to end their grieving phase and start celebrating. I just realize I just have to let them get through it.
Well,
And to make matters worse, my sister 4 years later ended up losing her son. And I'm like, oh my God, again, gone too soon, died totally unexpectedly. But and that I can't imagine. I can't imagine losing any of my children. Lord knows y'all just put me right beside them. I say that, and people say, "Oh no, you'll be fun." No, I wouldn't be fun. I'd probably be a freaking Fruit Loop in a psych ward, seriously. But I know, and I just pray it never happens. But I've seen my sister go through it. Buried my best friend's daughter, and just a couple weeks ago, best friend from high school, and it hurts. I mean, it feels like somebody just ripped your heart out of your chest.
Mhm.
Yeah, definitely. Trust me, I already know that feeling because I lost my mother to cancer. So
Oh.
I already know what it is. Trust me. That day I got that call, I was with somebody I was dealing with at that time, and I damn near woke up everybody that was in that house because I wasn't expecting it.
Oh,
You
wow.
know, it was one of those, I had worked a double that day, came home, laid down, slept. Phone I turned off. That was the first time I ever turned my phone off, and that was the last time I ever turned my phone off. I don't even turn it off now. Even when I want to turn it off, I don't. Because that day right there kind of struck me. And on that day again, I turned around, I came to the hospital, and keep in mind it was cold and raining that whole day.
Mm-hmm.
The minute I left that hospital after I done said my last words, it was like it was hot and sunny out of nowhere. So imagine me sweating as soon as I come out the hospital, and it felt like I'm like, wait a minute, why am I overdressed now? I think that was her waiting for me. That whole time it was raining, I think it was her waiting for me.
Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that, and continuously praying for you. As it is hard. It is hard. I mean, loss in any form is hard, but especially when parents, and we get older, we realize they're not going to live forever, but it still hurts. It still, like I said, especially unexpectedly, and oh my God, I really feel you.
So what you were saying about you can't imagine, a child being lost like that. Well, I can tell you it's the exact same as it's the same. It's the same. It's just as bad. It ain't no worse. It's just the same. I'm sitting here looking at mama's because y'all were talking about mama. I'm looking at her death certificate, and I'm now I know when it was. I didn't even know, how many years it's been, but it was 2018.
Hmm.
I didn't remember until y'all started. But I need to keep that memory alive, and
Right. And I was gonna
I
say
appreciate that.
celebrate, the good things in life, the life they live.
Yeah, yeah.
And I,
Oh
I
yeah.
have to say my mom lived, I can't even say a good life. I mean tremendous,
Oh
tremendous
yeah.
life that,
Same here. Same here.
and she wouldn't want us to sit around crying and grieving because
Nah, nah,
every
nah.
time I tell, if I feel her smacking me upside of my head, you need to stop that. Back to
That's
what
right.
you're supposed to be doing. And like I said, that's what I hold on to, the memories.
Yeah.
And
I'm with you on the dreams too. That's where mama comes to me. I'm like, all right, I mean, I wake up and I don't feel bad. I feel like, well, damn, I just hung out with ma again.
right,
Oh,
right.
that was awesome. That's great. But
Well, I
a
talk
lot,
to my
lot of people.
mom all the time, and I tell her, if
Yeah.
you gonna come to me in my dreams, you need to give me them numbers to the Mega Millions and of
Oh
the
man. Yeah.
Powerball, because she always
Yeah.
played the lottery. Hey, repeat them numbers to me, okay? What's coming out today? But yeah, it's a good feeling. You know,
Oh yeah. It's like
some people fear it. Well, I don't want to
I
dream
know. It's
about
like
dead people, but
hey,
yeah,
my dad when he comes around, I'm like, there's dad. That was cool. Got to hang out with dad last night. Whatever.
right.
Yeah, the other night I ain't gonna lie, the other night it threw me off only because I was telling somebody behind the scenes, I'm like, yo, it was like I said sometimes I get this ringing in my ear. And there don't
Hmm.
be nothing wrong with my ears. And I'll be trying to pop my ears sometimes, but I said sometimes I think that just be both of them speaking. I think my pops be speaking to my ears sometimes too. Like the some disconnect that I have with him, at the end of the day, you still gotta respect the mother and the father. So
Right.
see, my mom's always giving me the calm demeanor, so I hear that in the right ear. The left ear is my father telling me burn everything that's moving because they violate. But that balance right there keeps me. Sometimes I
Hmm.
go 0 to 1,000,000 and back.
Yeah, and a lot of times I sit and I try to decipher the dream. Like, what is she trying to tell me? Like, I know there's some connection. Oh, she's trying to tell me something. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. Maybe I should have done something a different way. But and I
We
even
got
like I have my daughter interpreting my dreams, and she'll tell me, and I'm like, oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
You know.
Sometimes the dreams be undecipherable because that was the same thing I was having one night. It's like one night I'm hearing something clear, and then the next day it's like, what are you trying to tell me?
Yeah. Sometimes it's foggy, and you sit up, and it's. I mean, I've sat up for days trying to figure out. Okay, what was she trying to tell me? And I'll be honest with you, something like my son will tell you they used to feel like I was psychic because I wouldn't really term it being psychic, but more of a in touch with inner feelings and feelings of others. But when I was younger, and it used to scare the death out of me, literally, I would hug a person. It could be a family member, anybody. Hug a person and get this like sick feeling in my stomach, god awful, and I would tell my mom that person's gonna die. And
Mm,
she's like, "Why you say that?" I said, "Mom, I felt it."
yeah.
And give or take a week or two, that person was gone. Some out of the blue. I mean, I told my aunt she had cancer. And she's like, "Why would you say that?" I said, I can feel it, Auntie. You need to go get checked out. And I mean, I was like 13, 14 years old. And
Mm,
sure, she went, got checked out, cancer. She's like, "How did you notice?" Like, I don't know.
hey.
And it scared me so much. Like, even it continued for years, like into my 20s and 30s. And
Mm,
using my mind, again, with mind and body thing, I tuned it out to where I had no premonitions, like no feelings. Like I said, I do cleansings, and because that's something I don't want to know. I don't want to feel that. I don't want to know that.
but
It's
that
right, but and my daughter always say you need to get back in touch. No, no, I don't need to get back in touch with that. If I could do it on a different level and find out things pleasurable, yeah, but I can't let myself go back to that. I don't know how I tuned it out, how I stopped doing it, but it eventually stopped. I think it was a mind and spirit thing because it was such a big fear
mm,
that you tune it out, just like other things in life with that you have fear of, and tune out or just don't acknowledge it or whatever. But yeah, I did that for years. For years, relatives, friends of the family, whoever hugged me, I was like, "Oh my God, I feel sick. Like something's wrong with you. You're gonna die, or you have this." And eventually, when I was younger, I didn't know any better. I would tell them, "Something's wrong with you. You're gonna die." And then became, my mom said that's not nice to say. I'm like, "Moms, but I think they should know." So yeah.
yeah, I was like, you're pretty tough, so pretty tough about it. Look, you gonna die. You better do something. What the hell?
Right.
They're looking at it like, hold on. Mm,
but see that's what I like. That's what I was telling the white. Like you you touch things and felt it. I see things. Um, like when I was telling grandma about playing with Papa, and I ain't never seen a picture. She thought I went in her stuff and took the picture. Like, no, I was playing with
uh,
her. I think we get that from Pop side, though,
Yeah.
because even Eric, when Eric came up here for the wedding, he went into the guest bathroom, and Eric was like, somebody died in here.
mm,
So that's why I said I think we got it because Eric's sensitive too. I didn't
Yeah.
know Eric was sensitive. I didn't know he was sensitive until he came up here for the wedding. And he
Yeah.
told me. And that's, remember, I kept saying every time I walked past there, I seen that,
You
that
got an
shadow
eerie
man.
feeling, yeah.
Yeah,
But
but
you remember
Eric
we
felt it
did
when he
that.
walked in.
Oh, go ahead. No, I was going to
Well,
say about the little boy. When we
oh,
first
that
moved.
was.
Yeah, that was crazy. It's like,
Oh, is
okay,
Juju in the? Hey, Juju, check this. Is Juju in the? Yeah, Juju's still there. Hey, check this story out, Juju. Go ahead, man.
Yo,
yeah.
hold up,
So
bro.
we moved into
Oh,
this new house, and
hold on one second. You about what up, Nate? Was that Nate?
Yeah, that was me. Give me a second, bro. I gotta pop back up. I gotta make a call real quick.
okay.
Okay.
But yeah, so we were in this and moved into this house, and after a couple weeks, like I would sense something, a presence or something in the house, and then weird things started happening. Like I would hear kids laughing outside at like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning because I'm still up on the computer or whatever, because I don't sleep at night. And I told when I told you that, it was like weird because my alarm clock goes off, and the alarm clock didn't have batteries. It had to be plugged in. So you unplugged it, and it would still go off at a certain time, during,
Six.
I think it was like, yeah, still go off. And that's when we came together and realized, okay, something ain't right up in here. Then it was the TV turning the channels when
Mm.
Dre was watching, a certain channel. He'd be like, is y'all playing with the remotes? And like, Dre, I was asleep. Like, what's going on? It's like, I don't know, but this channel keep changing the cartoons. Okay, batteries out of the remote, the TV's not set on anything, and it was still happening. So then I asked the neighbor, who had, like, he had the first house built in that area, so knew everything about everybody, Lord Jesus. And I asked
Mm.
him, I said, did anybody ever die in this house? And he looked at me like, oh God. He was like, don't tell me you're gonna move. I'm like, no, but what happened in this house? And that's when we found out, I think the kid was like 14 and hung himself in your bedroom. And it was at the same time when they found him, the same time that alarm clock was going off. As he was saying, they found him at that certain time. And it was like, wow. So yeah, he was trying to tell us that, he was still there. His presence was still there. And they didn't believe that he hung himself. They believed his brother did, but they couldn't prove it. So his soul was unsettled, and he was still in that house wanting people to know what happened. So after we acknowledged the spirit, he stopped doing crazy things, except for moving your GI Joe doll. I remember he still did that. He'd peer up and say, wait, I know I put that over there, but yeah, now it's over here. Well, yeah, it's strange what, people have left this earth, their spirit can still do here.
Hmm.
Yeah, that was one of the paranormal stories. Hold on one second. Oh, hustle.
Mhm.
Hey guys,
Hey,
Hey,
happy
happy
hustle, how
Saint
St.
you doing?
Patrick's Day.
happy Saint Patrick's Day.
Happy St. Patrick's Day, hustle. What's up, bro?
What's up, man?
Yeah, I'm chilling, so go to sleep.
Well, my friend hit 100 subscribers, so we did a special on his channel. He finally hit 100, so we did a special on his channel today.
St.
Okay.
Patrick.
What's up?
And I'm gonna do a special pretty soon. I'm working on a special skit movie that's gonna come out soon, so I'm putting a lot of work into it. It's gonna be entertaining and funny. We have a lot of actors. It's gonna be on Roblox, so it's gonna be really funny.
Okay. What channel was that? I can't see it.
It's gonna be on my channel, and it's gonna be on the
Oh,
Ryan Reactions channel, which I'm gonna share his channel as well, so you can check him out. He's
Okay.
been, we've been friends for 6 years, so he's my co-host on my channel.
Okay.
He
Now I'll
said,
try to check it
"I'm a,
out.
yeah, I'm gonna put it on the show. Sure.
Your grandson will not go back to sleep. Not on the phone.
I know. I got to get my gear ready for work. I got to go to work today. But it was nice chatting with you all, and we'll try to do this again soon. I know my son will be on every night. I'll try to pop in at work if it's not too busy. But it's that time for me to eat my dinner and sleep and get ready for work tomorrow.
All right.
All right, love you, mom.
All
Nice to
right.
meet you.
All right.
Thank you.
Respect for all you
Thank you.
guys,
Thank you.
too. Thanks for the chat.
Awesome.
I'll talk to you later.
Hmm.
Wait, what did you do? That was my mom, people. Yeah,
Awesome.
she took over the show for tonight, which was awesome.
Good man.
You know, I have my mom come up there and rap with everybody. I appreciate that, OG.
Mm.
That's like when my dad come up, he take over the show too.
Oh wow.
I'm chill, bro. That's what they supposed to do. For my parents, one supposed to do. They get wisdom and knowledge to drop. So that's why, especially when any of the OGs come up, they take over the show. Y'all can hear me talk anytime. They don't get, OGs don't come up all the time. So that's why I always appreciate that.
Right.
Bless my man. What's up? Today's St. Patrick's Day. I don't
Yeah.
Yes.
celebrate none.
Oh, I didn't know that. I talk.
Only thing I used to do on St. Patrick's Day is drink green beer.
Um.
Other than that,
Well. When I was in the hospital program, um, our coworkers took us to the parade, and I met the mayor of Indianapolis.
oh, that's
And
dope.
yeah, I met the mayor. I know the whole I know the fire department. They were there. Anthony Calhoun was there. I can't think who else was there. Um,
That's
I
a
think that
name drop.
Josh Kaufman from The Voice. I met him. So a lot of people were at this parade. So this parade, which is gonna win, it's gonna win. So I'm not gonna do nothing. I might watch me a movie. Probably gonna watch me a movie. That's all I'm gonna do.
Oh crap, we've been rocking for 4 hours. Hey Kalani, you about to start a show, bro? Swap over to Kalani so I go shut this down. I didn't know we was rocking for 4 hours. Yeah, but let me ask you this. Let me pick your brain. What you
Yes,
think about
sir.
the title? What you think about the title of the show?
Um, that's what got me here, man. I was like, okay, you got to see what's happening here. That was I the the third eye part kind of threw me. I was like, I get what you were saying. I'm glad, you know, maybe I'm too analytical uh, half of the time,
No,
maybe.
no. This is why I enjoy our conversation. No, because I did that on purpose. I ain't gonna lie. I did that to
Right
fuck
on.
with you. I used
I
the
got you.
title and that picture to fuck with you. I knew you was.
I,
I really
I,
did.
I can't help it, man. I got to pick it apart and be like, what? A little bit.
You, I did that to mess with you
I know I could.
and, and the picture cat and the girl cat daddy, man.
Well, you
Because I
got me.
knew.
Yeah, yeah, you got me. Yeah, it got me. I was like, I mean, but when it went where it went, was I didn't have to say nothing. You know what I'm saying?
But
I
I,
didn't feel like
but
saying.
I,
I was like, all right, it was all good.
but I say this. I'll show you how that's associated with the title, though. The whole
Okay,
concept. If you look at the thumbnail, right? So,
give me.
I had to look at the thumbnail to tell you offhand, like word for word. But the whole concept of it is this. Like as I'm saying, and I tried to lead into it too. As I was saying, decompression, relax. That's why I use that word, decompression, because it just don't mean to let go. It has multiple meanings: to relax and to release. And
You good?
what's associated with the third eye is understanding and knowing things you can't control and you can't. So having that third eye awareness, like when you, it's not thinking but actually knowing concept, right? So you'll know when to let things go.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? So that's
Oh
how
yeah.
that associated that concept of the thumbnail with the title is when you truly are aware of things you cannot control and things you can. Like Cat Daddy said, and once you see, okay, I can change this, and as you start changing it, the momentum changes with it. That feeling, that lower emotion, it begins to change because now you're in the process of fixing or doing. But also, you need to be aware of when you can't fix things. You just need to let it go and move forward.
Yeah. Man,
Yeah,
it's time for a new phone. This thing is I've got I mean it's been dropped one too many times. It looks like a just
What
it's just
what kind of phone do you have?
it's a I don't know, it's one of these Walmart specials.
Oh, yeah. I had those
Yeah,
phones before.
yeah.
I had
It's
those
I'm
phones
gonna say
before.
you better get an outer box or Under Armour box, as my mama
You
said.
know,
If she,
AT&T's doing this deal. If you have a Samsung,
mhm,
you can get a new phone for free for a Galaxy trade-in
right.
if you have a Galaxy.
I've got two of those, but this that I use a lot is like a one of those. I think it's a Motorola or something. So
They say it doesn't matter the condition. If it's a cracked screen, they'll still take it.
yeah, that's all it is. I mean,
There you
other
go.
than that,
They'll still take it. So with AT&T, I might my mom might get
I
the new.
mean, I've heard apparently I can take it just down the road here,
There you
put
go.
the new glass on it or something. I don't know. I guess I ain't never done that, but it was only so much money. I figured just get another one, but I don't know if it's any cheaper. I'll just get a little piece of glass, I guess.
Whatever you gotta do.
Hmm.
grab some bubble wrap. So next time when you drop it,
I've
really
got a nice case on it. I mean, like a protective deal, and I had that little protective plastic on the outside, but I busted that, peeled it off, and then I dropped my damn phone. Yeah, yeah,
but,
yeah. Won't be long. I get another one. I
yeah,
got it.
definitely.
There's
Look,
there's a phone
it
ATM
was
machine. You have a phone ATM machine where how this works. So you take your phone into the machine, you plug it in, and you can get money out of it. They
Huh.
have it everywhere. So you can take it to a phone ATM machine and get money. That's how yeah, you can get tons of money for doing it.
I mean
I might
that.
take
Well, shoot, I know I could because everybody's like they don't need. Well, I mean they don't need phones, and if it's got a little scratch on it, people are like, "Oh, you can have it." I'm like, "Okay." I don't know, I don't know where one of these drop boxes is you're talking about.
hmm
Hmm.
great. But yeah, I think but I think at the end of the day, uh, at the end of the day, I just try to do what's beneficial, for decompressing and letting things go. And like I said,
Mm.
it's not easy to just let things go. You have to go through the cycle or the process, but it's the key is being aware. As long as you are aware that you're taking the proper steps to actually get over or overcome those things, the key is not to just waddle in it, not to just try to tuck it away and hide it, to actually
Uh,
either solve it or work on getting past it.
Right.
yeah, I heard you saying that a while ago. I like the way you put that too. You were like, "Don't waddle in it." I was like, "Yeah, that's right."
Hey, because that's what happened. I'm like I said, I only know because I did it, and there's
Yeah,
no benefit in it. You know, like I said, there's some people. But like when I was talking to Cat Daddy, some people actually get in that role as professional victims. Or
yeah, yeah.
even if they ain't getting victimized, they
They
create
got an ex like
situations
that.
where they can, yeah, they I have seen people create situations just to play the victim, you know, and
Yeah,
like that junk is crazy. Like that's what I said.
that,
Everybody that you meet, everybody ain't stable, you know.
that shit put me in jail. It sure did.
Playing the victim.
One of my exes, man, put that
Oh,
just
oh
oh
yeah.
yeah.
And see,
I mean, not
that's a
Wow.
oh yeah,
yeah.
man, it's like that for sure. He is not kidding.
Yeah, I had my ex-wife. She did things to get me to try to hit her just so she could call the cops. Like, nah, I ain't putting my hands on you. You know, there's people out here like that. You
Yeah,
know,
all she really had to do was call him and say that you did it. That's really all she had to do. You'd have been gone. Around here, you would have anyway. I was. It was like,
Yeah,
yeah,
my boy named Fleming said his ex girlfriend called the cops for information, and he dumped her, and he went to jail. Was on house arrest for 9 days,
screw that, boy. Now,
and well, the judge dropped it, and now she's in jail, and Nate has a new girlfriend, and I was happy for him. He said,
yeah,
"Jail, I want to thank you." And Nathan said he saw it. Nathan said he does watch your video. Ward. Nathan said he has seen your videos. He said he's proud of you, what you're doing for the women.
oh,
So
that's
yeah,
what's up.
yeah,
I appreciate that.
yeah. Wow.
well, it's like you guys said, man. It's
Hey,
been a good
you,
4 hours, but I think I'm gonna jump on off.
Me as well.
I appreciate everything, word, Nate.
uh,
Talk.
appreciate you, brother. Yeah. I'm gonna shut it down, bro.
Okay.
But yeah, before we go, I just say the main thing is, um, like I said, it's not beneficial to hold on to things. And yes, it's a process, but at the same time, you have to be aware of that process. You have to be aware enough to put yourself in that cycle, to begin that process. Because if you don't,
I
like I
think right
said, you
now I'm
can't
going.
keep. You said what now?
I think right now I'm going through that not being able to forget shit. You know what I'm saying? I think when I brought up, man, what she said, I'm like, man, my ex. I'm like, oh, God. And it's been years. I mean, I'm talking 18 years. You know what I mean? So need to let that go right off the bat. That's one big thing. Would help me out a lot. But that's tough. That's
See,
tough.
it's and like I said, everybody's different. I always look for tools. Like find something that's bigger than that. You know what I'm saying? And when you do that, that's how you overcome it. Like for me,
True.
a lot of the stuff that like this, for instance, right? Um, I can't really get upset at nothing none of my exes did because I'm too focused on my wife now. You see
Man,
what
yeah,
I'm saying? Like I
yeah,
have that though, but that's what I utilize. Um,
right.
because if I worry about what they did and think about that, I'm gonna bring that or manifest that into this relationship. So I just
I,
focused on her. I just focused on building up. You know, um, I'm like a light switch though, because I can
all coming flashing
I
back.
just
You're like,
look.
oh, yeah,
No, it don't hit me like that. I promise. I promise you, everything I tell you, well, I practice it. Like when I tell you, like I let stuff go because it don't benefit me. I literally look at it like that. And people say it's not that easy.
oh,
And
you're
like I
the
said,
other
I'm
side
not
of the
gonna
light
lie.
switch. You're the bam, gone light switch. Lights out. I got
Yeah.
you.
But no, and then I'm gonna be honest with you too. Like when people talk about like the Kundalini and chakra system, when I tell you there's a difference. Like people say my third eye is open.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, is a difference. Um, like I know my third eye is open. This is no guess. I went through a process and
yeah.
intentionally did it. It ain't something that I'm just like, oh, I feel it. No, it's something that I know because
No, I
it's
get
a
it.
different. It was a total shift. Just the way I
I
look
get it.
at
It's just
stuff.
the wording. Yeah. It's just the wording.
Like I
You know.
literally, like I, Like I literally look at stuff and I see no benefit in it, so there's no there's no desire to it. There's no um like I don't even know how to explain it, but it's like I'm the awareness. That's why I keep going back to that word. If you're
Yeah,
aware of
man.
something, then you know. You
You
see what I'm
notice?
saying? And I know things don't benefit me, so I know it's not useful. So I just know it's not needed, and it's simple as that. Like it's a difference. But when my third eye wasn't open, that didn't make sense. What I just said, it wasn't that easy. It was more
Yeah.
work. But that's why I'm happy I went through the process of actually opening my third eye. And I'm
Hmm.
telling you, like people, it's easy to say, "Oh, my third." Like when you look at the concepts and learn it, you go, "Oh yeah, my third eye." And sometimes it's just fun to say, but it's scary as hell because when you
Yeah.
become aware,
I,
like you really become aware, and you look around and you realize life is not
you've
what
been
you
lied
thought it
to.
was.
That's right, because you were
It's not
lied to.
even the fact. It's
That's a
not
part
even
of
the fact that you've been lied to. It's the fact that um,
it. Hurts.
everything is upside down.
Oh yeah.
You know, it's like even the people who lied to you been lied to. It's
That's
like,
right.
like when you
True.
see how, when you think about this, like think about what I'm about to say. The
Okay.
president of the United States. Okay, that's how we look at him, right? The president of the United
All right.
States. He's a puppet.
Yeah. That's what's up, man. I'm down.
But
I'm
that
down.
shit ain't scary to you, like
I
knowing that
mean,
it's somebody controlling the most powerful man in the world.
I don't
And
know
who
how.
is this?
I
You
don't
know what
see
I'm
it that.
like?
You know what I mean?
It's
I know
right there. I can look like on a base level. I can prove it to you. I
what
can prove it
that
to
some
you on a
that what
that the
that what.
president of the United States that the president of the United States is nothing but a front man.
No, I know this. I know this. I'm saying, you don't really think he's powerful, do you?
No, but
See,
that's
that's
what
what
we was taught.
well, that's
That's what
like,
his image is.
yes, sir. Yeah, I can do this,
Just
do
like
it, man.
just like when Quinn said earlier when he was talking about the Teflon is in people's body, it's in our food, and
Oh
the
yeah,
FDA approves it. But we look like this, for instance, right? Like if I was to tell you a story, right? If I was to tell you, um, if I was to tell you, like, I can't even do it, but I gotta find another example because I can't use that one because that's too much. But if like we understand propaganda, right? Everybody understands propaganda. We understand how it's used in the media. We understand how it's used to start wars.
I don't
Um,
think everybody does, but I think a few of us do. Not as many as
okay,
should.
so I can't use that example then. I'm
Maybe
trying to
not
think
as
of
deeply.
something. I'm trying to think of something easy.
Gotta remember, man. I'm
Something.
I'm older than I look.
Yeah. So I mean, okay. I'm gonna just say propaganda, right?
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna say this. We all watched. Nah, I can't even say that. This video
Yeah,
will get
cause
shut down. I can't
that's
say
tough,
nothing
man.
that's
Well,
close to a conspiracy theory. That's what I'm trying to stay
I
away
can
from the.
what
But
you
what I'm
say.
telling you is everything that we talk. Okay, I use this. This is something everybody can relate to, and it's not a conspiracy theory, right?
Yeah.
In our textbooks, Christopher Columbus had found America, right?
Mm.
A lot of people knew that was BS, right? But just now that they corrected it.
Oh
But
yeah.
for that period of time, this is what they was teaching us. If you didn't agree with it, you failed. You see what I'm
Mm.
saying? It's like
Hmm.
they forced that information in your head.
Oh
So
yeah.
what else? Like when you become like it's okay. But why is no one upset about that? Why
I
is that?
mean, it's it's probably because it's been a long time, and maybe it just the maybe
Well,
just the
okay, okay.
upsetness.
So why? But why is no one questioning what else did they lie to you about? What else was fabricated?
I think people just don't care, man. They're just lost. They're so far gone with all this misinformation and shit. They're just they're just it's just too much and it's gone. It's like they're like, oh no, that's that's what's real. This and that, and I'm like, I don't fall for it. I try to tell people every day, man. Look, man, why do you think that way? And I try to hit them real easy and bring them to it. But man, it's tough. It's tough. It's
Do
almost
you
impossible. I feel like it's
do
almost.
you do you know how they think about okay, in World War II, all the Jewish people who died in the concentration camp. Do you
All right.
know how they got them to willingly walk into gas chambers?
You know, I haven't studied that, man, but it seems
Fluoride.
like I've heard it before. I just can't
They
think
gave
of
them
who.
high doses. They gave them high doses of fluoride. Now look after World War II, what they start putting into our water. Have you ever heard of Project Paperclip?
No, but I've studied water and fluoride and all that, and for quite a while. I lived out there in California, and that was first thing I did was get all this paperwork on water problems, and it was like but this was a fear mongering company I was going to work for, which was selling these water purifiers. So I didn't really know if half of it was true or half of it wasn't. You know what I mean? And then so that's
The concentration of fluoride that they put in our water is not potent enough to really affect it. But that topped with the toothpaste, um, and it's something else. Uh, they put it in what is it called? It's another. They're introducing it basically into animals, and you're getting it through animals. But the micro dosing of it, it makes you docile. It
there it
makes you
is.
susceptible to ideas. That's what it does. So it wouldn't. It's not enough to make you um, like completely like like the Jewish people was. They was almost sedated with it. They almost
Yeah,
sedated them. They gave them high levels of it. But it make you almost go along to get along.
yeah, yeah,
It stops the thinking and creative process. That's what school does. School stops you from being creative.
yeah. I can hear you, dude. They
Takes your
tried. They tried with
creativity.
me. They tried it.
You know,
They couldn't
they
stop me
took your
though, bro.
imagination away. Right. Right. But yeah,
Trying to.
but what I'm trying to say is like when you open your third eye, everything will make sense. Everything will make sense, and nothing will make sense at the same time because
That's right.
you would look at people like, how don't you see this? Or how are you aware of it? It's just an intense heighten of awareness. Like it's like the movie The Matrix, literally. Like you know how they dodge
Yeah,
bullets. You
yeah,
see
yeah.
things in real time. Like I said, when everything makes sense. Like I can have a conversation with someone and detect the intention of the conversation
Yes,
just
sir.
by the like I said, just by um the word structure, the tone of voice, and a word selection. I can tell what you're and sometimes I see it. I literally see it. Like I be knowing what people go say before they say it half of the time, depending how in tune I am. And that's because like I feel what they're saying, not just hear it. If that makes sense. I don't even know if that makes sense. But I be feeling what they're saying as they saying it. Like I'm aware of the emotions attached to the words.
Hmm.
So that's why a lot of times when I'm talking to somebody, I can tell where the conversation going. And if it ain't going in a good direction, a lot of times I just disengage.
Yeah.
There's no point, you know. Um, but it's like a total
That's hard.
heightened awareness.
That's a tough one, man. I hear you. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's a tough one for me to do is disengage right off. I'm like, oh, I see it, but man, disengaging. It's rough, man, because I'm like, I just want them to see, and it's like, they ain't gonna see. That's rough, man.
And that's the thing. But see, sometimes but that's what I'm saying. That's the whole point of understanding the attention of the person, because sometimes people, their attention is not to even. Like if you having a disagreement, their intention might not be to resolve it. Their intention might be to escalate it.
Yeah.
But if you ain't aware of that and you try to resolve it and it escalates, then that's putting you at a disadvantage. You know,
Yeah.
you actually trying to resolve. So I had to learn that. You know what I'm saying? Interacting with people. But
Hmm.
I had to learn that. But when, like I said, when my third eye opened, I everything clicks faster. I guess
Yes,
that's
sir.
probably the best way to say it. Everything that I knew is like
Gone.
is like yeah, it's heightened. Everything is heightened.
You unlearned everything, and then you relearned everything, and then everything wasn't. I hear you, man. I hear you.
And that's why sometimes it feel like I could be like in an episode of The Walking Dead, bro. I be walking around people. Like I see something like, damn, don't nobody see this? Or hear something and I'd be like, oh shit. Like ain't nobody hear that? Like
Don't get no
it's like
reaction.
yeah, everybody sleep around me.
Hmm.
It's like they unaware of it. Like it's right there. Like even like I watch the news to decipher it. When I do watch it, like I
But
can tell the bullshit within it and what like when they was like think about this, man. When they was talking about them balloons coming over here from China, right?
yeah,
Like the way they was explaining it, I'm thinking like none of that makes sense. They would have had to like I'm very familiar with the way the United States protects this country. I say it like
yeah,
that. I'm familiar with it, so I know there's no aircraft coming um, in the United States airspace that they not know about it. And when they
right.
said that, civilians spotted the balloon first, I'm like, this is bullshit. Like I
What?
know I'm just being real. That's bullshit.
No, I hear you. Yeah.
Like I mean, I understand. I
Not
know.
most places, so it's
I
bullshit.
wait, wait, bro. It's some of
Ballunatics.
the yeah, some of the stuff is not. And then now you got three. I'm like, no, someone is releasing. And then you got, and the first thing, once I seen that, like when I see stuff like that, the first thing I do, I go look and see what bills are being passed.
Oh,
That's the
sure.
first
Yeah.
thing I
See what you
do, bro. Soon as I see something crazy like that, like even anytime I see Kanye making headlines, I go and see what
Oh,
bills they like they about to pass something. They distracting the hell out of y'all. Like
yep.
during the Super Bowl, all anytime like big events like that come up, that's the first thing I do. I go look and see what bills they trying to pass. I go see what bills on the table because they something is about to pass, and they don't want you to know that they're distracting you.
Yeah.
And like people don't see that.
And most people ain't paying attention anyway. They're just making
Most people
sure.
don't care. People don't care. Well, what's the purpose of caring? No, nobody care until something affect them, and then when it affect them, then they start looking around like, "Ain't y'all gonna help me? It's happening to me." Like, but it's been happening, and
Go watch
you just
football. Keep watching your game. What the hell's up? What?
right. Like,
Yeah.
so yeah, but man, let me get off here. I'll be up here talking to you all
All right.
night.
We can do this, man. But thank you, man. Peace out and all that. And we'll do it again. I appreciate it, man.
Oh, for
Good.
sure, bro. We'll do it again.
Thanks.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate you. All right, man. Later.
All right, man. All right, beautiful people. I appreciate everybody out there. Appreciate y'all showing my OG some love. Appreciate y'all rocking with me. I just want to leave y'all with this. Um, Decompression should be something you practice every day, just to help relieve some of the stresses that life gives us every day. It's different events, different situations. It can be small or big, but it's always good to release that negative energy. And the reason for that is make room for the positive energy. Like I said, you can't see the blessings in front of you if you're looking at the problems behind you. You're gonna miss them. So it's important to always relieve that stress and decompress. But that's all I got for y'all. Do me a favor though. If you haven't done it already, hit that like button for me. And if you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe. You know, Miss April, how you doing? Um, the topic is decompression, releasing the negative energy to make room for the positive energy. If you want to come up for a minute, you're more than welcome. Before I jump down, I don't know how long. I just looked at the phone and seen it. I just put my baby boy back to sleep. Oh, he won't let me move. Yeah, make room for the positive, then. But yeah, Miss April, if you want to come up for a minute, you're more than welcome. If not, I'm gonna shut it down. But you know, you're always more than welcome to come up here and speak. You missed my mom. You probably would have enjoyed the conversation with her. I thought Papa Will was gonna come up, but Papa Will talked to my pops already. Let me get back on this 'cause I can't even hear myself.
Okay, there I go. Yeah, but yeah, I didn't know if Miss April was gonna come up. But yeah, if you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe for me. And y'all know what I say. Always care about how you feel. And this is one of the reasons why. Um, and then, conversations build nation. And that's all I got. I will be back tomorrow. Y'all take it easy. Appreciate y'all again.